Okay. All of you are some variation of injured after what's happened. Some dying, some barely hanging on, others doing rather okay considering what you just fought. But regardless of the circumstances, it is still relatively early in the day for all. Well, actually, it's nearing sunset, funny enough. It's actually nearing sunset. It's wrong, yeah. Night is fast approaching. And Koratash, with all the healing given to him, is not moving. He is stable. He's not dying. But your fight against this creature was a insane one. It took you all about 20 minutes. And in 20 minutes, the entire topography of this area has changed. Where there were rocks and an overhang, it is crumbled. The sand that was here is now this, in many parts, either scorched or that weird form of shifting sand to glass. And there's a cool mist where the ice had blown across, still, even in the heat. The winds have died down. There's no foliage in the area. There's not a... Regardless of if there's any animals in the area, not one can be seen, heard, smelled, sensed in any way. So if they are here, just because it's gone does not mean that they believe it's safe. And frankly, who can blame them? Needless to say, you are in a predicament. This area is no place to camp, but your mounts are still something you need to gather, and a place to stay for the night, something you need to look for. There's not a lot of travel that can be done at this point, with Simone passed out and Koratash in no condition to move. So I ask you, what's your next step?
So have Al roll a survival check, get a good grasp on which direction most would be most suitable to find like temporary shelter, like based off of the distant topography. The immediate area is fucked all hell, but
Go ahead and give me that survival check.
And ADV because Ranger. Bah. 17.
17. The area surrounding seems to be open expanse for the most part. There's not a lot of shade or rock coverage. There might be some places like what you found here that have overhangs, but nothing in the immediate that screams comfortable, but at least block from wind. You could probably find that.
Something.
And that takes you about a good, I'd say, 45 minutes to an hour, just because you have to leave the immediate area and go searching.
Mm-hmm.
I could send Kagawa to help the familiar.
Say again? You can. I'll say that will cut it to 30 minutes with the
Yeah.
bird's eye view and Owl knowing how to direct them. Yeah. Say that's 30 minutes.
Not bad, not bad.
Hey, at least have a potential direction to go.
Mm-hmm. Simone's passed out, though we have a familiar and the ranger going off. Spellcasters, any idea what you're going to be doing?
Fact that both Cortesh and Simone are out, I'm gonna stick around just make sure nothing else happens.
You gonna... Oh, sorry, go ahead. By the way, I can't hear you.
That wasn't me.
Mira?
Hmm.
You were speaking?
I had just unmuted because I had to mute real quick, sorry.
Okay.
Mira will probably stick around as well. The storm likely has things hesitant, but there could be things eager to swoop in on whatever could be left after that.
Passive nature check. I will just give you this. Highly doubt it. Just with your passive nature, because you have nature and survival, I'm pretty sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, you know that it's like nothing after what was just here is gonna come probably within half a mile of your current position. And with a lot of things currently flattened, you will likely see them coming.
Then, spend some time trying to make sure the mounts are settled down and not freaking the shit out with what just happened.
Okay. Go and roll me an animal handling check just to calm them down and get them to come closer to this area even after what's there is gone. You could always round them up and go to where they are, but as far as getting them to come over here, you'll have to make an animal handling check.
Not the best.
Not the best. They vehemently refuse, not to the point where they are willing to fight about it, but they vehemently refuse to head into closer to this direction, even though the immediate danger is gone. It's just we'd rather not.
Then just general tend to them if I can't get into it.
Okay. At which point they're happy to see that, like they're happy to see you alive. They're not super attached to you guys yet. It's been a few days, but they're at least like, yeah, cool, you're alive.
Hey, these ones are durable.
Saw us going to hell. Things exploded a lot, and then then it disappeared, and they're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
They must be gods.
Klutz has a short conversation with Julian, checking in on Koratash, nudges them, then just kind of like gives a whatever and walks all of like 5 feet away, then like just lays down near them. Higana is scared shitless and event like flies down after everything and seeing what's going on, just doesn't feel now's the time to talk and is mostly just seeing what they can do, which in all honesty, not a lot other than keeping a bird's eye view at the moment. So, injured or not, they kind of just take to flying and keeping a perimeter. Other than that, we have our mysterious stranger, Hero, who is watching Julian for the most part and kind of just letting Julian do his thing. Not really saying anything, mostly keeping an eye on him from a distance. Feels very much like he's assessing Julian. Other than that, there's frustration from a few people. Kate is seriously injured and probably the furthest away from the group at that point, just trying to save face in a way and keep herself kind of together. She's not doing well, but there's frustration. She's busy removing the armor from herself during this time as well. And yeah. Other than that, eventually, that's Kigawa, the crow familiar, and Owl return with a direction at the very least to get some amount of cover from at least the wind, which we'll say with night approaching and everyone who got hit by the various blast, your nerves are still tingling from the different sensations. The wind leaves you feeling raw wherever wherever you were hit, almost as if you still, like, even if there's no damage, there's still like phantom pain yeah.
All right. I'll guess Al will immediately get about you know basically just organizing the group to get moving, getting the the two unconscious people strapped onto a mount. Someone having someone else to ride with them so they don't fall off.
Klutz, Julian. Klutz insisted to take Kortash in your head. That
I
was
figured.
part of the yeah. That was basically that conversation.
Yeah.
I'll shut them off.
So, yeah.
Hey Felix,
Hmm?
there's some background noise coming out of your mic.
Oh, I fix.
Mm. But yeah. With that, better. With that, everybody, as you said, is organized, and unless anybody has something to do, you all make your way to somewhere of relative safety.
I'll spend the minute of paranoia to use primeval awareness.
And that will give you aberrations, correct?
Just aberrations.
Yes. There is in fact aberrations in the 6 miles, but there's only one all right sized signature that seems to be in the area, and it doesn't take you long to basically like sensing and then looking for it to see it.
It's Kate.
Not Kate's fine. Other than Kate. But no, it does not take you very long to actually get it in sight. Mostly because it is flying. And
Yeah, that would stick out like a sore thumb, wouldn't it?
yes, indeed. And if I can just grab this very quickly, it should not be difficult to grab this. Here we go. Operations, and you are in. Here you are. Okay. You see a creature that looks at first glance like a ghost, but
like a sheet ghost, or like a flying person.
Closer to a sheet ghost. You would swear this is more of a wraith, but looking at it a bit closer, you gather that this isn't actually just an aberration, and that's probably why it's so weird. It's effectively something that dances between the two. And I need to get. I'm getting a picture of it. My apologies.
If it's not a sheet ghost, then it's a shit ghost.
But Yeah. Well, that's annoying. I apparently cannot spell and therefore cannot search it properly. uh,
Let's see if I do that for you.
you know. But yes, it seems to be slightly larger than person sized and moving through the air and observing you all from a distance. At once again, it very much seems like, okay, where is this thing? Look, and in the light of the moon, you see some humanoid-esque figure floating
Hmm. If it help, if
across the sky.
yeah, Al would definitely use their funny sniper scope in that direction just to get a better look.
Hmm. And you and your funny sniper scope giving you a better look at the thing I am frantically trying to find the image of.
It's don't worry. So it's quick. Someone distract, stall.
But no.
Well, go ahead.
But no. Who was that?
Not bad. I'm certainly stalled after hearing that.
What? What the? Who was that?
I'm fucking flabbergasted.
That was Dust.
Of course it was best.
I'll be real. I think that there needs to be like, just give Daz nitro. I think he makes the best use of it. Uh this man always needs nitro. That's it. Found it. Apologies. Well, that's rude.
I can
Your
get the
takes
Final
so long.
Fantasy. I can get the Final Fantasy music.
Okay. Here we are. As you see this floating through the sky.
Ah, that is spooky.
I'm kind of glad I'm passed out. I don't want to see that.
Huh, it's the Ghost of Christmas
Uh,
Future.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think I remember where this was from, but I would choose to say nothing on the matter in character.
So yeah. As you see this creature just floating through the sky as you're looking at them through the scope.
Definitely not the sort of thing to take pot shot at and hopefully it will go away.
As you're looking at it, it seems to be, with your scope, you can see that it is muttering. The strangeness of its body, how its body moves, the strings coming off of it. It disturbing. You've seen things that are disturbing, but this is it's usually in a way that is very body horror, which, while is still disturbing for you, part of your training is to understand, is rather than understand, it's to separate the human form from a human. You look at people as people, and you look at something that uses the human form as
Something else.
something else. Like, that's a big part of your training, is to separate these two concepts, because otherwise this will kind of drive you to insanity. And it's a big thing because then you can't make meaningful connections.
I
So-
love Al's training.
So it's very important to learn to separate these two. But what's disturbing about this is that there is no form of true body horror to this creature. It moves like fabric in the wind, but in a wind that only moves for it. The fabric, once it gets far enough away, moves like smoke, slowly evaporating upwards before dissipating completely. The body that is being covered by this has a form beneath it, but one that is never fully shown, only the head, the hands. And it seems that that tongue that moves out of it, once again, just like that fabric, moves like fabric
Turns into smoke.
in the
at the
wind.
end.
And then at smoke, exactly. And
Freaky.
it comes to your realization that it is entirely made up of this. It is not. It is its body, which seems like it is beneath all of this, is just a facade. This entire thing is just a mass of intention willed together.
Ah,
Whatever. Yeah. It is upsetting to look at because the more you look at it, the more you start to understand about it, and the more you understand about it, the more
uncomfortable it gets.
exactly.
There.
But it seems to just be passing across the sky at a distance, observing.
Does it seem to be looking in our direction?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't see you because if I'm correct, you have proficiency in stealth, correct?
Yes.
At least you used to. Yes, and
I still-
you still do. If I'm correct, you have a passive stealth of 16? 17. Okay, thought so. So yeah, it does not see you yet. It notices the others. And it seems like its eyes are laser focused on them, still muttering.
Not a whole lot that Al can do about that. But his presence is noted.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, with that, are you going to reconvene with the others?
Yeah.
Okay. As you get close enough to them, you know it's there, and because you know it's there, you feel that like its eyes on you, and you're not sure if it's specifically looking at you, but upon walking back, there is this eerie sense of it's going to be watching.
Yep. Feel its gaze on me.
As for everybody else, a campsite is a strong word for what you really can make at this, but at the very least, you can try to insulate yourself from the weather, which does seem like, with how barren this part is, this stretch, keeping yourself from the wind was the right choice because it seems like tonight is going to be a cold one because of that, and normally you all have more time to prep for this kind of thing. But Today, a little bit less so. What is the plan for tonight? Are there any conversations or anything you all want to be doing? By the way, Simone, could you roll me a d4 -1?
Get a 0. Get a 0.
On it, boss. Okay. 1.
Okay.
Damn it.
Okay. You'll be knocked out for another hour.
In terms of what I was doing, I'll say that I was probably going to be basically using this little bit of time to work on like the mounts.
Okay.
Yeah, using like the rod of taming to help like get them accustomed to like more disciplined action and all that shit.
Okay.
Don't know the right words, but basically I was trying to get them to be more obedient.
Okay. So obedience training.
Yeah.
It's training.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's training.
Yeah, it works out. Give me an animal handling check. You have the item. That entirely is doable.
I have the stick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, +5 bonus check.
+5? No, you have proficiency.
Okay.
If you already have proficiency, wait, hold on.
It
Actually,
looks like you copied the whole stuff from the Pathfinder. Like, I wasn't sure if it was like proficiency or if it was expertise with this thing.
no, it gives you proficiency. If you already have proficiency, you then if you already have proficiency, gives you a +5.
Alright then.
So
D20 +6, animal training. Let's go. Boink. 13. Progress.
13. I mean, yeah, you're working with 6 mounts. They're obviously going to be a little much, especially for their first time.
Yeah. Odd question.
Mm-hmm.
Would my primal awareness give me advantage? Because I can communicate with beasts more fluently, even without the use of like the rod special effects. I can communicate simple ideas.
Rather than advantage, I'll give you a d6 to it.
Alright, cool.
So just roll a d6.
Boink, boink. Boink. 14! Yeah!
So yeah. So 14 total, and you're there, as I said before, six creatures, first time. It's basically less obedient training and more all of you kind of getting acquainted with training.
Like,
with,
Hi, I'm Owl. I'll be your trainer for the day. What's a trainer? Oh boy.
Kind of. Now, anybody else?
Everything's going around to see if anyone needs to anyone that fights against them or just says that they don't want it. He's not gonna argue against it. He's instead gonna leave one of the superior med kits or healer's kits by them. Just say, make sure to get them before they get worse. And I'll move on to the next person.
Okay.
anyone who really pays attention to him, he is distracted is a word, but he is very much elsewhere.
This is noted. This is noted by Owl. Both of them.
Yeah. The hero, I don't believe would turn down medical attention. Gigana does not. Is very thankful. And if you don't seem up for talking, she will not talk. If you do
No,
seem like you're willing to,
it doesn't like he doesn't seem like he's unwilling. He's just focused.
Not completely present.
I see. In that case, she will kind of talk with you more on the absurdity of what exists. And this being the craziest thing that she has seen, even if she herself has been blessed by Garuda, she has never properly witnessed a creature of any kind like that. And she is not eager to meet another creature like that again.
Well, if you're lucky, you won't.
Kate does not refuse medical attention, but seems very, very contemplative. Very similar to you in a way, just distracted, except hers is with frustration. And she is simply bothered. That's really all it is.
He'll simply say, "That's gonna happen again."
Just while you're tending to her, she just looks at you. You confused.
Someone jumping in. Maybe not for you specifically, but it's gonna happen again.
When he wakes up, I'll need to talk with him about what the odds are, and to talk to him about the training that he was having me go through, and what it's for when things like this happen. I also need to speak to Owl and tell them about what I've noticed, and try to compare notes, because their actions are also stupid. And Julian, there's a moment where you have insight, and you also know Kate enough that when she gets in a mood like this, she speaks very much like precise, or like bigger terms, or like, she, rather than saying stupid, nonsensical. They have owl tendencies, weirdly enough. But they deliberately go with a term that feels more, I guess, natural in conversation. Almost like they were correcting themselves, like, and they almost seem frustrated with the default they were about to go with. It was stupid. What he did, I could have. I'm not mad at him. In fact, I'm thankful. But I have to compare notes with Owl and with him. Because if Kortash is going to do that, and he's going to teach me, then how am I supposed to learn? And if an Owl, I need to know what they think, because they're stupid and don't make sense, but at the same time, they make it out to be like everybody else doesn't make sense, and I don't get it.
Because
It
they
seems
have
like
a
they
singular
are.
way of thinking.
It seems like they have two very different ways of thinking, and they can't agree, and neither
Oh,
one
that,
makes sense.
that's a very accurate way of on it. Well, whatever you talk to them about, whatever you decide. Just don't be surprised if one of us tries to do something stupid again. That's a sad statement in itself, but it's how a lot of us are. I also worry it's the bad
For
habit that you're going to pick up.
the red glow, her earrings glow red, and her hand like begins to glimmer and glow with these little motes of red light as this bright light in her hand appears as she squeezes it, just hits a stone. And nothing happens to the stone, but she swung her fist with full force and is not hurt by it. She's just like, that's my problem. If I do something stupid to help everyone, that right there, by the odds, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow any form of logic, but it's supposed to be some kind of heroic deed. At least when other people do it. But if I do it, then there's this notion of I've done the wrong thing. And it seems like it's the idea of you shouldn't have to, or this is to protect you. But having more people doing everything they can statistically improves chances, but it seems like I'm more of a liability because then people throw themselves onto the pyre to save me. Simone did it once before, Owl did it, Kortash did it.
That's not them throwing themselves on the pyre. That's them showing that they actually care about you. And that's what you do when you care about someone, especially with how life is here. is not kind. It's not easy. You have someone that you care about. You hold on for dear life, no matter what it
But
might cost you.
Julian, the numbers don't make sense. If you do that, then the likelihood of survival
Then-
goes down for everyone.
I'm the one that made the call. Was against that thing. So everything that happened, everything that was done, I was the instigator.
But that's not fair either, because
No, it's
then
not.
it takes
But if you're going to start
everything
blaming
that-
yourself for thinking that you're weak, that you need to be protected, then what's stopping me?
I'm not blaming myself for that. I'm annoyed because that the math doesn't add up, and it just bothers me.
And it's not
that
going to. You're so used to thinking with your head. Wow, you really are similar to Howlett in some ways.
Don't say that.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
I took it that way.
I'm saying that part of you is trying to fight against the logics. I'm telling you right now, that's not a bad thing.
Kartash was teaching me how to feel my powers. Owl was teaching me to do the same. To make them my own. To make any power I touch my own. Not let it control me. That makes sense. And with what happened with Koratash, turning into lightning made even more sense why other people recommended I talk to him. I didn't, because I didn't know if it would really help or if we were really that similar, but it turns out there are things that he is able to explain that, as odd as they are, they're supplementary to other lessons. They don't make sense by themselves. But it's like training 2 or 3 things. And it was nice. But it's frustrating. That's it. There's nothing more to it. I'm rambling. I have to talk with the both of them when I get the chance.
Alright.
So yeah, that's Kate. She is very upset by the math.
Math is never gonna add up.
Klutz,
At least not until you
doesn't
add
use-
some letters.
You say that to her?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. That makes her kind of like, not full on laugh, but almost like scoff at that, like, whatever. It's just like, that very much like that gets a smile on her face, not a laugh. Like, that's not how that works. But, okay, sure.
Fucking variables.
Uh,
Oh yeah, that's it. Okay.
yeah. Klutz tells you that they're fine, that they'll be okay. And you notice how the hairs on them don't go down fully. Um, they stay a little bit more prickly. They just are wherever Cortash is laying, like against like the overhang. Klutz is laying away from them, blocking conveniently somehow, just a coincidence, blocking whatever wind that would come from the other direction.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mira's on where else?
Owl's the only one that's injured other than Simone, who is knocked out.
All this pain.
I can still touch.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's about that. Go ahead. Anything that you need to do to tend to him, be it just you doing basic medical, or
I'm using the healer's kit, so it would
okay.
be basic medical.
Okay. Are you trying to help him like heal, like recover HP?
Yes.
Or are you going to? Yes? Okay. Roll me a medicine check as I check something.
Does the healer's kit give me a bonus?
Don't believe so. I'm grabbing apothecary. Go to that. Or scroll down to healer's kit. There we go. Nope, not basic stabilization. This would be, yep, simple health checkup. Yep. Yep. So you restore 1d6 hit points plus your modifier. Plus your, the modifier you use for healing, which in this case I believe is your wisdom.
So 1d6 plus what now? Sorry.
1d6 plus the modifier you use for this.
Okay.
So not your proficiency, but your ability modifier.
Am I also still rolling medicine, or?
Yes, you roll a medicine check in order to do that. Actually, hold on. Oh no! Huh! No, there's no DC to that. Huh! This is convenient. Apologies. No, there's no DC to that. Right, and the healer feat makes this better. 10 HP.
I don't remember where your HP is at. You're gonna have to tell me when to stop.
Hold on. 10 minutes. Wait a second. Think there's actually a better thing that you could do. I'm gonna give you this. My apologies. Yes, so that is an action heal. There is one for. It's an action heal that. Well, here's the thing: you can only do it once per short rest. There's a better thing that can be done. Takes 10 minutes and allows you to add your wisdom score to as healing. that you give them. So you add your wisdom score as healing. That, however, is a DC 15 medicine check. If you want to go for it.
Sure, why not?
So yeah, you wouldn't need these, but that's the only one you'd be able to do.
That's a 1.
Nope. Hey, fate points as you're looking at his wounds, and
No.
after
Oh.
like doing a basic checkup on him and healing him, but with that one, you try to basically see what of his wounds you really can, and it's just like, there's nothing I can really do in this moment.
Real quick, Sebi. Did we get a fate point for shoving the Helmera away?
Yeah, we're supposed to
Okay.
get several for that.
Okay, so thank you for reminding me. I forgot. Thank you. So let me just pull up rule changes. Scroll up to fate points, changing fate. Here we are. For defeating a creature of suitable threat, GM's discretion. Hey guys, that was not a creature of suitable threat. That was something basically worse than.
Say the fuck it wasn't.
I'm gonna
That was really. You could have done better.
I'm getting there. I'm
That
getting
was
there.
jump change.
Yes, yeah, some of us still have some death wards left.
That's at least a quarter, Dracula. You could have gone a half.
How dare!
Exactly.
So you're gonna get.
Thank you, Vegeta.
So you're gonna get 3 for that.
Damn, 3?
3. For performing a heroic action, you could have went to the Shifter tribe, went with them and done this. So, you decided not to. You instead decided to take it on beforehand. And in doing so, they took absolutely 0 losses. And this thing never touched down in any form of town, village, or any civilized point. That is 100% a heroic action. Take another hero point. Fate point. Blech. And lastly, this right here is as a let me put it this way, guys. This is a warning. Don't do this again. Do not go for something like this that is quite literally leagues above on short notice without backup. You had a way to banish this. And thank everything that you did. Felix had fate points to be able to spare. And because of the nature of what both Julian and Mira were doing together, they were able to share in those fate points. Let me make this abundantly clear in no mixed words. That right there was probably the closest thing to suicide that you all have done in this campaign thus far. Fighting the buzz fighting the Buzz at level 5 with no backup was probably, it still probably takes the cake. And that was because luck was so on your side, and you managed to get the AI to give you, to basically be on your side and give
Layer
you
actions.
layer actions. That still takes the cake as the most suicidal action that you guys have done. Props to you for succeeding on the Buzz. That right there still has, still stands as one of the craziest things that you've done. Do not, in no mixed words, do not try something like this again. What Team Monster did by fighting that Lich was technically less suicidal than this.
They had a plan.
They had a plan, backup, they had resources, and it still went almost very sideways.
Like, don't worry, Seb. Next time, Owl will bitch a whole lot more about doing doing shit like this.
Oh, you mean I will actually have an opinion?
No, they had an opinion about this. However, you were already dead set on this course of action, so there's nothing they could do.
I just like how this started off with like, and here is 4 fate points for such a like heroic deed, protecting everyone, and
Never-
stopping this huge threat. Please
Never-
stop.
Never do it again.
I am not going to not reward you for your actions. But what I will say is that this right here is probably the thing that is the second most suicidal thing. And luck was so on your side the last time. This time, not so much. It was preparation that saved you. In the future, I highly recommend, if there is something that is 2 steps above your
Weight
where
class.
you are in the in the game,
They're
do
clear.
not. This right here was an Act 3 level threat.
Mhm.
This is the kind of threat that is, this is natural disaster level. Helping people, making the situation better, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I fucking never want to go.
Can I say something really quickly? My first
Go for it.
actual words of the session.
Go for it.
Woo.
Can we not keep trying to kill ourselves? I love doing
like, listen, as this is going beyond Owl. I never want to do that again.
it. I'm dead.
I hated that.
I'm glad we did it, but I'm dead.
I'm glad you guys had fun.
I still remember Aura being actually concerned for Simone, because of how badly I got my shit rocked.
Oh yeah, you got your yeah.
I want this to be said in no mixed words. You guys are in Act 1. You're nearing the end of Act 1,
I was gonna ask
but
about
you're
that.
you're in Act 1. This was an Act 3 level threat. If you're ever curious on, hey Seb, just like quick meta check,
What's the...
what scale would you put that in? Oh, Act whatever this. Cool. Just wanted to know, guys. We were gonna everybody was saying we're gonna fight this. Everybody immediately just gets that meta check. We need to raise a force so we can take this on.
So, hey,
Because
Sam, on that note, what act would you say the Stormhawk is? Just curious.
The Stormhawk.
I love that show.
You mean the one that you pissed off?
Yeah, just asking for a friend. Just curious.
High Act 1, Act 2, it's a
Alright,
single
alright.
creature at the end of the day.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
it's
no,
just a plane.
just curious,
It's the only thing is that it's a plane-sized creature. So,
just,
you know, I would say low act
just a
2.
Boeing, Boeing
Exactly.
airliner just landing on you.
Exactly. At the end of the day, it's still just a single creature that is, you know, an animal. Like it's an animal. It's just a very, very big, very,
And
you know.
That
I
knows
don't
how
know
to
how-
hate.
I don't know how leveling works in this game anymore, but like Sebi's just looking at this, just like, guys, please make this simpler on me. Stop it.
Yes, I'm not even joking, and this is entirely a thing. This is something why I'm bringing it up here. You guys did amazingly. You had a way to do this. What Team Monster did when they had to hold out against creatures that were not a lich just coming for them, but was like a bunch of like waves of creatures, that was firmly Act 2. And they survived. It was a close thing.
Then the winged stars arrived.
This right here was an Act 3 level threat, and I just would like to say, if something is 2 above you, do not. 1 above you, listen, it's crazy, but
Listen, like I would need
you
someone
know.
to convince me, rather convince Owl that that's a good idea. To even
1
go
above
one,
you,
to go one above.
1 above, shit happens, okay? It
Yeah.
happens from time to time.
Yeah, sometimes just
Going
land
2
on you.
above you, it's basically it's tantamount to suicide. It's basically
Gonna
like
die.
saying, "Hey, we're in Act 2. Let's let's tell Dracula to go fuck himself." You know?
I mean, kind of already is. Like,
Let's stand on Dracula's lawn and moon him.
Basically, you know.
Just-
Oh well, he's
Just take a
only
shit.
you know
Just take a shit on his porch. See what happens.
you know he's an Act 4
Ooh, the
level
bag, the
threat.
flaming
Let's do
bag
that.
of dog shit.
Yeah. This is why I'm saying
TP his house.
I'm not going to not reward you for this, but do not make this reward turn into a guys, but what if?
No, like we're not doing this again. Yeah, we're rewarded because we did the thing. We did good. It is not incentivized. We're not being incentivized to do it again.
Correct.
By the way, do we get experience for this? Do we still do experience?
As far as leveling, I had a system, changed the system,
In the trash now.
threw away both systems, and at this point, here's when you guys level.
Got it.
When you guys fight that vampire, post that fight, you will level.
Got it.
After that, I will see from there what system to adopt. But as of right now, for the ease of just myself, you will level post that fight.
Got it.
That will be everybody will go to level 9 at that point.
No problema.
So yeah. But that being said, and all of that out of the way, the night is basically has very little goes on that night. So
Werewolf Julian. Werewolf Julian.
say again.
Battle with Werewolf Julian.
Yeah. However, there is one thing that happens around dawn. Simone, I do actually need you. You do wake up at one point. You're healed 10 hit points more. from Julian. So you're at 12. Congratulations.
Sick.
But yeah, Wolf, go ahead and roll the d6 plus plus your wisdom for Owl. And anybody who can roll hit die, go ahead and roll hit die. Kortash, you don't roll hit die.
Can I roll hit die?
Yes, no, Kortash is the only one who is not rolling hit die.
That's sick.
But yes. Oh, hang in there, buddy. That's gonna happen a little bit more.
I think he just let go.
Oh dang, that's good.
Nice.
43 plus 13.
Okay. And in right around the wee hours of the morning, as you all take an early night, just due to the not wanting to move after that, it would be around. It would be yeah.
Guess I should roll the hit dice.
Yep, at about 6 a.m. the next day, 21st. It is the end of the week, and dear God, it feels like it couldn't come sooner. And about an hour before dawn, before your long rest is over, there is movement nearby. Simone, you're sleeping, so you do not have the highest passive perception at the moment. So, Owl, Mira,
Hi.
passive perceptions.
16.
17.
Okay. They managed to sneak up on you. Holy shit, just barely. You just fucking barely.
Not impossible.
Sorry. That made me smile for some reason. There is the shifting of sand and an animal that is heard coming near. As by the time it's noticed, it is standing above, watching you. A wolf in the desert.
How big is this wolf?
Oh, I don't know. Let me just grab my tape measure.
I was just trying to get immediate vibe. I should immediately assume this is a shifter.
Well, from paw to shoulder or paw to head?
Mm-hmm.
Paw to head, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Paw to head, around 3.5 feet. So, decently sized.
Decent.
As it, by the time you and Mira catch this, both of you kind of just see it above the overhang, standing there, off to the side, but looking down at you all.
Owl looks back at it.
Makes eye contact with you. Makes eye contact with Mira.
Just watch.
Yeah. When the owl does not make any movement check, reaching for a weapon. They're just inquiring about it,
There's a small growl and something of a bark that most of you, those with, well, I guess actually all of you, all of the ones sleeping have good passive perception. Right, actually, change of order. Hero wakes up from sleep because even sleeping, the motherfucker's passive perception is that good. Even with a minus from sleeping, his perception is that good. Hero wakes up and just there's someone coming. And manages to basically motion for the two of you to start waking people up. And so when the wolf shows up, you all know it's there.
Oh, okay. If that was pre-warned, they absolutely have a weapon in their hands by the time it shows
Just
up.
just like the wolf shows up, we're all strapped.
So everybody is awake except for Kortash at this point. As the wolf just is standing there looking down at all of you.
I take a whiff. Is it a shifter?
Actually, a normal wolf.
Roll me a perception check, as this is actually they are able to mask their sense. You're not able to tell at a glance.
Okay.
Fucking cool.
Smell.
Okay. Yes, you do.
Not 20.
Ah,
20? Well,
Let's
look at that.
go!
You're
That's
already
one.
at 5. There we go. As yes, they are a shifter, and
Do it.
with that nat 20, you smell that
Hey.
they're a shifter,
Hey, there's another one.
and then you just look over and see that in a pile of sand that has been, unbeknownst to everybody here, slowly moving closer and closer over the past about 3 hours. Coming, there is a bear. The moment you look in their direction, they stand up and just shake as this massive creature just shakes all the sand and the dirt off of them.
Or is it Carson?
Yes.
Julian's stance seems to relax slightly at the seeing the wolf once he notices him. So you're here to walk us into your camp, or you just checking? And he's saying this, looking at Carson.
Carson just looks to the wolf that's there, and they let out a howl, and you can hear footsteps and running as more show up to basically greet you, and in case you all were a threat.
Well, we've proven that we can sense where they're hidden. So good.
Owl goes to the wargs to make sure they don't get antsy.
They are.
Yeah, Owl's immediately acting to calm them, to keep them calm.
Nice.
Has his hand on his cane, just sort of waiting.
The first one to exit their form is this man. The rest stay shifted. is ah, it is good to see all of you. I've seen you coming. They look, their eyes glance down to Koratash. They close their eyes, but I could not foresee that. No dream warned me of this. As a moment, there's something that he's got to say.
I think this either the leader or the shaman.
It's the shaman.
I don't want to assume.
Oh, that's why I'm looking in the wrong place. Duh. That would do it. As ugh. Oh, that bothers me. Why isn't it right where I left it? I think it's because I sent it to someone and now I'm mixing up the two places that I've put it. Shame that. Here we go. This looks familiar. Oh, well, shit. Less familiar. This is mildly important, is the thing.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Actually, regularly scheduled deeds.
You know, I want to use that for whenever we come back from a break.
That'd be great. We'll be right back after these messages.
But yes, as this individual just looking down at Koratash. Untala tu kara. Duinno. Duinnorda. Norba. Singtrig. As what he says there is hard for any of you to pick up because it sounds exactly like when Koratash speaks in Umbra. It's
like reverse speak.
It's, yes, reverse speak with a few words that don't fully make sense when translated. And it's hard to pick out any real thing that they're saying. Z just looking at him. Then up to all of you, eyes just roaming across. You have all, from the sounds of it, had a tough time would be putting it lightly.
Yes, it would.
Allow. But if the spirits are correct, you've all come very far. All I've heard tale from the sand sea to the rocky peaks of the Harpies Oasis. The spirits speak highly of you all. but are wary of you all the same. They then look to you, Julian. You. You, I believe, are the White Wolf.
Yeah.
Then, allow me to apologize in advance. The children of Artemis do not follow traditions in the same way many others do. Certainly not in the same way our ancestors did. We, as you would probably have heard, are nuanced. But hopefully you do not take offense to this. Our leader will not be greeting you. You will not be met with the formal traditions you are used to. But we have no problem with you joining us. I would suggest, and because of your age and the fact that I met your father, I will assume with some amount of certainty you are Julian.
Yeah.
I will say this. You should throw away much of what you know. You are welcome here. And while we are not like many others, and we do not have qualms with humans and their kin, we will ask that everyone remain in one camp, and that you all, when you are going about your days, you hold yourself with respect, as you would want to be respected, and as you would respect others. And in the event that you are an individual who believes such ideas of mutuality, a useless endeavor, I would recommend you do so. You take the time to show this kindness and respect that should be shown to every person. Nobody here will ask you to supplicate yourself to us, but we simply wish to be treated well. Julian, we have no territory. All of El Hasa is our home. This blocks much of what you know and flies in the face of it in more than one way. But it is our way. We ask that you respect that. And for all of you, remember, many of us have lost friends or family at one point in our lives because they were treated like monsters. Our last leader was killed for such a reason. And that was 2 decades ago. So, many still hold these wounds, but they try to not hold them against the individuals. So don't give them a reason to dredge up these painful memories. Allow them to treat you as who you are and not what you are. Do the same to us, and there will be no problems. Now, everyone, you may shift back. It's best that we give them a hand where we can. As a collection of individuals begin to shift. We have her,
Oh, girl.
we have him,
My man's dressed for the weather.
and we have him.
He's dressed for battle.
And
Where's the
a
big swinger?
bear. And last but not least, the druid who had previously been met. Let's grab you. Okay. And your name. And the bear of the group, Carson. 5, and yep, 6-man team. Yep.
The swinger.
He is also, he is also the youngest and buffest of the group, which is very amusing. Bears, man.
Yeah.
But with that, a change in music and a change in general tone is needed. As you are all, well, allowed to take your time getting camps set up. You're all, the last hour of this is a tired one for some of you who had to spend quite a few hit die. And for others, it's a little bit less so. But regardless, they all seem to give you space, but still be very, I guess you could say, they are kind looking. Their eyes don't look at you with suspicion. They look at you all with, like, I guess, greeting. And yeah, as you're all allowed to kind of just pack everything up, take your time, and you begin your path back. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Yep. As you begin your path back, they lead you away. Funny enough, not the shaman, but here he is. Sorry, I have to turn my lights up. The black man that is there comes to basically saddle up beside you as you're walking. Hi. It's strange. We heard that Carson came back with good news and with a terrifying, I guess, danger looking on the horizon. And then, as we are making our way and getting ready for this, scouting, the shaman tells us it's not necessary. From what Carson said, it was effectively a living storm, a beast from hell. How do you all manage that?
A couple of us were skilled in banishment. Was the only real viable way. As well with great difficulty and a lot of luck. To be completely honest.
I'm still a little bit sore.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were sore a few days from now. You don't look all that good, but seem to be holding on rather well.
I'm trying to think of like the equivalent to like a semi truck. But I'm failing.
Just tries to shrug, but just the shock of pain is like, ow, ow, ow.
You ever been hit by a boulder?
Once. Yes,
Kind of
actually.
like that, but the boulder kept coming back around.
I see.
It also exploded.
That's
Exploding boulders. Would you believe me if I said that I don't envy you?
I'm
Oh,
frankly
question.
shocked.
Yes.
I'd question your sanity if you did.
Well, probably should then. There's actually some of us that were looking forward to this. As
Commended.
Sorry to disappoint.
Blue spots yellow from questioning if these people had a death wish.
He's
the
like a.
man in the front- the man in the front that's wearing the skin of a wolf and holding the spear. I was not looking forward to it. I simply wanted to know what it would be like to fight a storm. It would have been a good test. He's totally disappointed.
Seb, I'm a god in insight. How disappointed is he?
He's telling the truth, and his friend is just teasing him.
Okay.
He's actually just like he was entirely sort of like, I was just curious kind of vibe, but no, his friend is giving him shit because, curious about fighting a storm. You're insane. No, I'm just curious.
Careful with that curiosity. It killed the cat.
As
Looks around for werecats.
the female that is talking with the shaman, the one with white hair and pointed ears. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, Bahir came back with quite the, I guess, lack of curiosity, as
Ah.
there's a slap on the arm from the other woman. Like, oh, fuck, dude, that is not okay to
Wow.
talk
Yeah, I'm gonna say just like a damn. You're with the
Well,
fucked up
yeah.
shit. Too soon.
But here made it back. That's good.
Al thinks about the horizon scale laser that the thing shot in its final moments. Yeah, that'd be. I'd lose my curiosity pretty damn fast too.
As the woman with the brunette hair that goes into this sunny blonde, almost as if it was bleached in reverse, just pipes up. I'm not really one for fighting when it's not necessary. That is not our way. As Carson just pipes up, I am surprised, in all honesty, that I wasn't able to help. Not to say my skills would have been truly useful, but the druids back home, actually no, you would say the land speakers and I, as Julian, he is officially a land speaker. The land speakers and I were making plans for how to impede it, give it pause, slow it down. We were even considering a flash flood and luring it to a canyon to push it downstream. It also would have hopefully given us time to properly launch a counterattack. My mother, he says the term for a higher druid. I don't have one at the moment. My apologies. No, she's 10th level.
To be announced.
To be announced. Spoke of a way to banish it, but it was not currently winning out. Our leader, he believed it was a worthwhile plan. The woman with white hair. I personally believe that it would have been a problem if we had to hold something like that off. The man with the wolf pelt. I believe we could have held off a storm if there were a few more of us.
Just the concept of the idea, and they're like,
They're all
Mira
like, we could
let
have held
that.
it off if we had a couple
Like-
more. Meanwhile, all the fucking death forts I had to put on people.
Yeah, like Blue is making the Herculean effort of keeping Yellow's mouth shut right now.
we just see like a lot of mumbling coming from Alex.
But yeah, just hearing them discuss the viability of our plan, there's a chuckle from Mira.
This Blue Sage is like, yeah, a bunch of them trying to slow it down. Like, so you're asking to get wiped out with an AOE. I see. Good. Good. Understand.
The quiet one, the quiet one, just. Plus, Carson told us that we wouldn't be alone. That the prince was on his way to help us. It filled me, at least, with some amount of hope.
Julian's just smiling to himself.
The shaman, who has been quiet most of this time, has been keeping pace with Klutz and is simply just has a hand resting on Koratash's leg. And he's just like, he's almost just talking, just softly speaking to him as they walk. And for those who are close enough or try to listen, it's very much it was something that I did not expect. Another shaman this far out? You know we're not many here. No, of course not. Well, you obviously know that. I mean, how many of you truly met? Many of the tribes, of the shifters, have shamans. They try to, at least. I know, it is crazy. The shamans that you grew up with, they were probably very different than the ones that are often with us. After all, most of them are dream speakers. Not many of us speak to the elements. I'm sure the wind is very talkative, though. But it can be calm. That's what you're doing. You're calm. And continues to just speak with Koratash, almost like speaking with an old friend. And does so the entire way. And just talks to him about things pertaining to, well, shamans and how they see the world, and, you know, events that he might find interesting. While he does this, he's just walking beside. Not really engaging in conversation with everything that's going back there. He obviously is hearing it. And even there's lulls in the conversation he could probably call back, but he seems content talking to Koratash as if Koratash weren't in his current state. funny enough, you all move the but funny enough, you all move faster than you would normally, as things seem to move by quickly, and you don't get all that tired, but you move with a speed that seems to be a pace that you're not usually able to keep. As one of these individuals seems to be mostly leading the pack, the man with the wolf pelt and the spear. As, hey, Felix, stealing your build, kind of. As he's totally a totem barbarian, or at least has some of those features. But yes, you are all able to travel very quickly. And it goes by faster. It only takes you all about 4 hours to make it to, well, a little bit more lush lands. It's around 10 o'clock. Probably, yeah, it'd be around 10 o'clock at this point. Yeah. And you see as there are tents set up, and for some of you, it's probably like a crazy sight, considering this is like it's massive. There's this entire field that has tents all across it. It's almost like a city. You have areas cut out at one end on the right side of this huge camp, and there are what looks to be individuals running around and playing. But the play seems to have some element of training to it as well. It's very odd. It also seems as if they're almost like separated in different groups. There's a huge like center piece of like coals, like a bed of coals that's maybe like 15 feet in diameter. And it's just this huge bed of coals with rocks placed around it. And you have, paths in the coals to what almost look like cooking stations. And you have people on the outside of this circle who are basically playing music or singing, talking, just generally congregating there, but also all of them seem to be doing something or another. And you have, all the way on the left side of this camp, you have an area that seems to be just purely dedicated to one tent, one like large tent, and a trail leading to it. And it seems to have separated from all the other tents like this field of flowers, wild flowers that belong to this land blooming. And you have a group of individuals that are there different ages, some as young, from this distance you wouldn't be able to tell exact age, but some that look like they are straight up children. Others that look fully grown, and they seem to be teaching, and there's in that area some druids who, and well, I gave it away there, but they're druids. They seem to be giving small lessons in front of the tent. This place, other than that, has tents all across, kind of going in a kind of like a stretched out horseshoe kind of motion. That, like on the left side, up and around that circular pit, and down onto the right side. This circular pit seems to be more of a workspace as well as a place to congregate. And this is where they call home for the time being. Julian?
Mm-hmm.
This is probably the second largest group of shifters you have ever seen in your life. The first being your home during the festivals there. This right here is a full-on community, probably 100 or a couple hundred strong. Back home, you had maybe around, in terms of shifters alone, 800, around there. You guys, in terms of total population, probably like around 1,000. Because there are plenty of the druids there that aren't shifters, but... So you have no idea, but if these are all shifters, this is easily the largest group. And it gets better as you hear, finally home. And the man who has been leading you all seems to fully smile the first time since you have all seen him. And the black man with his sword sheath just goes, what? Looking forward to getting back to your very eager missus? You know that the ceremony has not happened yet. Well, I'm just looking forward to when it does happen. Everyone is looking forward to it. As the woman with the white hair and her pointed ears, everybody is happy it's finally happening. There's just like a chuckle from the other woman that's with them. But it's true, these two have been dancing around this for a decade. It's high time one of them finally grew a pair. Well, how does it feel having smaller balls than your wife? The man seems to just be taking the hazing.
Doing
with a
can't help but
smile.
think of Lupin.
And the woman, the quiet woman, just says, Listen, it's not his fault. He's a gentle soul. Gentle and passive are two different things. Plus, she should be coming back. If I'm correct, the hunting parties left this morning? Yes, they should be back before noon. If all goes well. As the black man just goes, well, if all goes well, but I'll bet anything that with them taking a few of the youngsters on it, they'll be back around supper. Guess we're gonna have to dig into our stores for this. I have faith in them. Are you willing to wager? And she just stops walking and looks back. And catching him just as he catches up with her. And all of you, subsequently, she was walking a little bit ahead. Well, I'm just saying, if you're looking, if you have that much faith in them, you should be willing to wager. After all, the leader, he'd take this bet. I will take you up on your bet. They will be here by noon. If they aren't, then tomorrow I will go out and hunt. Well, what am I really getting from that? I'll go and look for that drake you wanted and see if I can't bring it back. He just starts to like beam and just like that. Now, I'll take it. I'll take the offer. But if I win, then you're going to have to change the coals and get more wood for them. Wood, but we don't. I thought we weren't getting more wood because we were leaving soon. We have guests. We can't leave now. The leader isn't going to have us leave when we have people staying with us this. Plus, there's still a little bit of time. I suppose that. Oh, that's going to be. But it's hot. The shaman just pipes up, and there's rain on the way. Oh, lovely.
Really remind the flip now.
Boy, oh boy. As they all seem to stop their banter as they get to the edge of the camp, and two men meet you there. As they are fucking massive. The question of what do they feed these boys down here, it just gets more true.
God, they made Carson look normal.
As funny you say that, you found them. See, I told you our little brothers got this.
Oh, that makes sense.
And that actually comes out loud, like,
Oh, okay, it makes sense.
As these two just walk forward, one an archer and the other one has a like large spear that you'd swear is more of a lance than a spear. Like, this thing does not look like it would go very far if you threw it, but it definitely looks like you'd be able to, you have some reach on it, you know?
Simone just thinks to himself, he's just like, I really should start working out more.
You know, this would make anybody self-conscious. But they're bears. It's fine. As it's, you know, they go over, take Carson's hat off, and play with his hair, and it's like, hey, and just they like both of them just lift him up by both his arms, just like, yeah, and just as Carson looks supremely uncomfortable, being basically embarrassed in front of royalty, also a person that you know, he was making friends with. And just like, boys, don't you believe it's rude? We have guests. Don't take your brother off to go and celebrate. And since the both of you are so eager to meet us, you can lead them to a spot in the camp. You can lead them to a spot in the camp to set up. They can set that spot up to their content. As both of them, you know, just drop Carson, and we're just perfectly fine. Just look over to the shaman, and they show their neck to him. Yes, sir. We're sorry. It was a slip of our senses. You're fine. Just try to behave. What? Like we need to be told that? Hell, well, you should be looking at our little, or I will tell your mother. Yes, sir.
Simone thinks to himself, I wonder if their mother is as big as them. Or bigger.
As the shaman just shakes his head.
Wolf is trying not to think about that, huh?
Or is very curious.
We need further research done on this.
As the shaman just looks back to all of you, smiling. This is like their first real smile. They had a pleasant kind of they had a pleasant smile plastered on their face while they were talking to Kortash, but now this is a real kind of toothy grin. Just, I can't with them. You would believe, you would think at least, age and responsibility would give them something resembling maturity. But those two boys like to prove people wrong. They're just looking back to all of you saying this, just like, boy. Well, it would seem that not only him, as he looks to Carson, as you also did something incredibly reckless. But you succeeded. And you did so with some amount of foresight. Ambitious, but well done, so your spot is well earned. Just don't turn into your brothers. For everybody's sake. As Carson says nothing, as the quiet boy, hard to say that if he's the runt of the litter since he's younger, but, you know, the young man just accepts the praise and looks to you all. I will go and report to my mother. It is good to meet all of you. I imagine we will probably get to know each other a bit better and introduce ourselves properly soon. But after all, you have days. I suggest you enjoy it. My mother said that she'd actually like to meet some of you if you came back. She wanted to know what possessed somebody to walk into hell. But she seemed like she already knew the answer, so I think it was just her being cryptic and poetic. But that's what we do as druids. So, as the first bit of his actual age showing as, hey guys, he's 17.
17.
Yeah.
Yes, he is 17 and looks like that.
I'm just gonna assume it's like,
I'll feel so
you know, it's probably due to barothropy, something like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna tell myself that.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell myself that. I don't want to,
I don't want to be mad. I'm a guest here.
I don't want to shed a tear. I'm just gonna tell myself that.
Just to me to feel down, said a young man.
So, what supplements you use?
How many potions?
How
many
much?
syrups?
How much juice?
What juice does he drink?
But yeah, as with that, you are all in the Shifter tribe, and you get whether a pat on the back or a welcome, a small welcome from a few people, but these two are the ones that welcome you first. Oh my god. I mean, so post that in War Room. Post that in War Room. I want the recording to see this. So
I'm 12 years old.
I mean, kinda. Werebear, man. They're big.
Yeah. When it's time for lunch, I want to see how much fucking protein do they eat to maintain. They're also how much food do they go through?
If you thought I eat a lot.
Yeah, he's a wolf. But yes, with that, we are going to take.
Also 17 years old.
We are going to take a, hey, that'd be a great modern day werebear. But yes,
I can't legally drink it.
We're gonna take a small break. Whew.
No.
Oh.
No, this is some. When I at my work, when I had to show up for.
As it is 10 o'clock, and the two, and as you guys continue walking through, you get a closer look at what's going on as you pass through. And it seems as if, strangely enough, while they're shifters, at times it feels as if there should be more difference between you. And there are the odd things here and there. But for the most part, as they're all walking around, it's fairly normal. And they are just going about their daily life with smiles. These people are happy. And remember, it's not even like in the city where there's people making, you know, there's not like there's business and trade happening. These are just loads of different people. You see many different faces here, some of which don't look like they belong. But they're here nonetheless. And yeah. The two brothers, the two older brothers, are leading you there as they both are just it's good to have some new faces. Last person we had was, I believe, who was it actually? Just the brother with the long hair looks to the one with the braid. Just, come to think of it, it's hard to remember who that was. We haven't had a newcomer in a few years. So you can't remember a few years ago? All right, old man. It's like, by the way, I don't think either of us have introduced ourselves. As the larger man with longer hair, I'm Aldo. Aldo Tish Marcoons. And my little brother here is Angus.
Mom will say, Simone Burnsong. Pleasure to meet you both.
So formal. Oh, Burnsong. It sounds like a name like you belong here.
Hmm?
Don't mind him. He's just making fun of some of the names because of who was on the party to go and find you. He's our lead scout, Colburn Longstride.
I'm starting to say.
Oh, we have all types, from all walks. Some are born, some chose this life. We have a strict rule here, so if you're worried about this, hopefully we put your mind at ease. Nobody is turned against their will.
Didn't even cross my mind.
Of course. As Aldo just, well, it is something that has crossed the minds of others. And they've worried about it. But yeah, we
Pay attention, Depth. Of Castle Hall, so I just don't.
Jesus, R.
I don't see certain things. Ooh. I. The recording does not get to know what happened there. We're going to move on. Whew. As Aldo just goes, believe there were some people who we took in with us, as we just don't really have a problem with others joining for a time. After all, we don't own this. This isn't our territory. So, if somebody decides that they are willing to contribute and stick with us, then we have no reason to stop them. And as long as they take care of us, why shouldn't we take care of them? It feels like a good rule to live by. You all seem quiet. Angus just goes, "Didn't you hear what our little brother said? Walking into a hell, a walking storm. They're probably just tired. Isn't that right?"
Yeah, it's been rough. Sorry we're not as talkative as we could be.
It's fine. We'll say I'm a little disappointed. You know, first time meeting royalty, I thought you'd be bigger. Mind you, says a man who is at least a head taller than you and, you know, half wider than you.
That
Well,
that
from
cough is real.
From my experience, regardless of our stature, not many of us can compare to bears. You seem to be
Are you coming on to me?
carrying the torch of the big ones.
Oh, now I definitely think you're coming on to me.
Owl rolls their eyes.
I will say, I am available. That's only because you can't stick with one person for more than, what, a season? Just Aldo walking ahead. Angus just looks just indignant.
Fuck, man.
I have had many successful relationships. We just decided to stop at a point that was mutually beneficial.
Oh no, this is a sore subject.
Walking out happens to be this woman. As she just says, is that right? Well, if that's the case, then I wouldn't be dating Colborn. And during the next full moon set for him to be my mate. Coward. As she just walks up to you, Julian, and Prince Eleanor.
Honestly, just Julian is fine.
You're humble. When I saw your father last, he was less than. At least.
One of the many things we disagree on. There's there's like a twitch to him.
She just kind of like goes, well, if that's the case, then may I say a hopefully less than warm welcome if the weather keeps up the way it is. She bares her neck to you.
Well, I wouldn't say no to that. Thank you.
Now, onto the teasing my long ago ex. Yeah, Angus.
At
You
that,
have
at that, I'm
many-
actually taking a few steps back.
I wish I. Someone thinks to himself, I wish he can turn into a shadow again.
I think that maybe if you were more like Colburn, who, although he's quiet, wasn't terrified of any form of commitment, then this would be fine. Angus just goes, Can't you see we're busy? We have to show them to a campsite. Oh, I'm sorry. As if we don't have more time in the day. And like the two of you are doing anything important. Plus, I wanted to introduce myself to the newcomers. I'm very eager to meet these fine individuals. Did the leader send you?
This
Oh, you idiot.
Hi, Han
Mhm.
here. Can I roll insight?
Go ahead, roll insight.
Oh. Zing 23. What's the vibe I get off from her?
It is clear that she's not lying. But a good way to describe it would be she is very interested and inquisitive. I feel would be a good way to put it, as well as maybe a little startled by your arrival. Like she's that would be the vibe, I would say. You know, the energy that she gives off.
Gotcha.
And yeah, as he walks around, so there's more of you than there is me, so probably be easier if I introduce myself first. I am Everett. Everett, soon to be a Longstride. You know, we should just go with that anyway. He just gives a glance back at Angus. Just seems like also with your 23, it seems like she's teasing him entirely in good fun with no actual malice. And yeah, it's entirely in good fun.
Just have to be sure. You never know. Simone will do his introduction again. Yeah, very formal.
Burn song. Huh. You a shifter?
Not as far as I can tell.
Taps the sign.
So you say, not as far as I can tell. She looks over to Julian like that's a legitimate concern of like, wait, does he not know? Is that
He's not.
Okay, making sure. These things you can't always. Looks to Mira.
I was just about to speak up. Mira Redmond.
Red mane. Redder than mine, which is impressive. It's nice to meet you. And just looks around to who else is going to introduce themselves.
Owl.
Are there? Yeah.
Owl is busying themselves with the mounts.
They are behaving well and probably going to have to stay on the outskirts, but it's better to get them on the outskirts on the other side where you're going to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When Owl's allowed or to break off to do that, they will do so.
I mean, no, you guys are staying as like one clump.
Yeah. Then then Owl will basically just keep working on making just work just to make sure that they're all right. And they're totally too busy to hear anything going on that they're talking about right now. Absolutely.
Very, very. I'm ignoring you. Go away.
Like, well, I'm not ignoring you. I'm totally not listening to anything going on. Please, I have things going on. You're talking over there. It's fine. Like, pretend I'm not even here. Like that kind of busy, that kind of busyness.
I know that owl can speak to animals, but I just like that. It's like how you doing, Dan? Are you doing well?
Yeah. Kate introduces herself. None of her usual sass or flair. Helena introduces herself as, Julian's pack mate. And not listen, relax, chill.
I didn't say anything.
Hero does not introduce himself, and just gives a nod of respect. Gigana is very eagerly introduces herself and extends her like wing and everything to shake this woman's hand, and then goes back, waiting for her opportunity to break away. So, Owl, she's just like, and who's the cutie with the blue hair?
Where's the correct gift for this?
How does Owl respond?
Damn it. Okay. There is that. There it is. Just visible shiver.
Something wrong? Something wrong with them? She just looks to the others.
They're easily startled.
Get rid of that. Keeping that one.
Just like, okay. So should I lower my voice?
Like, Simone your insight just get this. Al gives you a look that is like, do this for me.
Their name's Owl. They seem to be preoccupying be preoccupied at the moment, keeping watch over the mounts. Our mounts got pretty startled, as you can imagine, with what we dealt with.
As one of the wargs are licking themselves, just like leg up, just licking themselves. Just
I have.
eh,
It's fucking amazing how easy I can imagine that because of my dog.
yeah, just they're very preoccupied. All right, well, I'm gonna go and say hi to my soon-to-be mate. You all have a great rest of your day. And please don't be strangers. For the next few days or however long you're with us, this will be your home. So,
But being a stranger is so easy.
so enjoy it. She walks away.
She seems fun.
Angus just like incredibly. Don't worry, little brother. I'm sure there's somebody someday who will force you in a corner and chain you up. Not funny. If it wasn't funny, then I wouldn't have said it.
Just under his breath. That works for Lupin.
As Aldo continues taking you guys, Angus wind out of his sails, but still with like a small smirk on his face, being around these new people. They take you to a spot at the far end of camp, with the near the top of this horseshoe kind of curve, and there's an area that seems to not have any tents nearby. As Alda just goes, this feels like a good a spot as any, especially since you have your wargs, which, if you had came riding on those, we might have thought that you were vampires, or at least maybe familiars of theirs. At least, yeah.
That's what's kind of funny. All these wargs are not branded. The seller, the merchant we got them from, told us a bit of a story about it.
I'm surprised he has his testicles intact. Wait, does he have his testicles intact?
I do not know. All I really know is that he wanted to get rid of the wargs.
Ah. Well, I guess you inherited somebody else's problem. Hopefully,
We do that.
it doesn't. Hopefully, it doesn't come to bite any of you. But at that, I think that's all we really have to do. So we'll leave you to set up your camp, and just Aldo looks over to Owl, gives the same smile he's giving in his picture, and preoccupy yourselves. And have a great day.
You as well.
Once again,
Gives a nod. Owl just sorry, not Owl. Aldo just looks over, just looking over to Owl, seeing that shudder, just chuckles and shakes his head, walks away. Angus just. If you're looking for our mother, she is all the way on the far end. She is a druid, the Blah. She leads pretty much everything involving nature and, I guess, the weather, keeping things relatively safe for us, at least in that regard. And
I
if
haven't met.
you. Oh, good.
So I haven't met many druids.
You are in for a treat. Just growing up with one is interesting.
Mm.
Well, a lot of weird quirks, strange teas, weird smelling mixtures.
To an extent.
Ah, you know the feeling?
Mom,
Ah. Did she use squirrel piss as well in one of her salves?
Excuse me.
Weirdest thing, I know. Druids, man. It works.
look, Mira pauses for a moment. If she did, I likely didn't know about it.
Ah. Okay, she was nice enough to not tell you. Yeah.
And you've
Oh.
likely got a keener
Yes.
nose.
Ah, well. I didn't smell it, I axed. All I know is that it didn't smell good.
How many souls do?
Yeah, but when you know that she had to collect squirrel pee for it, makes it weirder.
How does one even? I'm not gonna think about this.
I thought the same thing and then stopped it right there.
Ha! Abort! Brain says abort.
So yeah. Well, I'm gonna go and keep my brother company. If you need us, well, you could just ask. Everybody will kind of have an idea of where we are. We tend to draw attention. Can't imagine why.
Probably your hair.
Thank you. Just.
Walls.
Did Julian say that?
I think at this point he does say it, but he forgets like, wait, they're all shifters. They could
Yeah.
probably hear it even if he did say it under breath, which he does. So
And at that point, my reaction is his reaction. Just that bark of laughter, and just. I guess that would do it. Well, I'll be heading off, and you all have a good time. Just walks away. As he's walking away, gives a look back over his shoulder to Simone, and keeps walking.
I don't like that look.
gee, it's almost
Boy.
like you have a curse that if people find you attractive,
Taps the sign.
God damn it.
oh,
You know, it's just looking. Let's see, it's weird. Aldo looking at Owl. Angus looking at Simone, and great.
I will really kind of like to disappear from this place as soon as possible. However, that's going to be at least 2 days.
At least.
I knew
Yeah.
Owl was going to enjoy their time here. I wasn't expecting this. No, actually, I was expecting a flavor of this, but not,
You weren't expecting somebody to find you attractive?
no,
What's wrong
no,
with
no. That's what I expected. I was. I actually did see that part coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume we set up camp.
Yeah. Time
I will.
goes by. You set up camp. That's it.
I will say, Sebi.
Mhm.
Simone will send a message to Lucina, saying that like, "Hey, we're all okay. From the Helmera. Um, mm, and hope you're doing well. Also, if you can, send a message to Dominic Amore saying that I'm still alive. He seemed very worried.
Mhm. Uh. So yeah, this is a text because of the
Yeah,
So yeah.
yeah, it's nice.
You get a very relieved message back that is it's almost hard to read because it's all just long like strings and like weird symbols that you didn't know you could actually make faces with the weird characters on the keyboard.
How does she do that? There's no characters on this keyboard for that.
Yeah.
Where did the
Yeah.
happy little man come from?
I don't know. Well, she made emojis with the different letters and symbols.
So I'm just looking at this, just like that's so interesting. I didn't even think you could do that. Okay.
But yeah. But no, all good.
But yeah. Just go set up camp. What time of day is it actually? I forget.
It's like
Time
almost
of
a night
day?
from what Sev says.
No, noon. It's close to noon.
We slept through
It
the
was
They came
you
near
slept
morning.
through the night.
Oh.
Yep.
It's like 12
yeah.
or like 1, somewhere around there.
It would be at this point the time walking over here through the camp, probably sending the message, all the conversation, about like 11.
11. Wow, like that's way early. But
Yeah.
Wait. If I recall, is Cortesh still with us, or is he getting treated?
You guys never, had him. You guys never gave him over to get treated.
That's true. Oh, actually, bring this up. Should we see if that they're willing to help Cortesh?
It's not a bad idea to ask. We've done about all we can from maybe they can see something that we missed.
Well, I'll leave that to you then.
Alright.
Just after making sure camp's set up, tents are properly placed. Well, not Just like someone will say out loud to like for Julian to hear. Not what was I expecting with with what you said before, Julian. But I guess
Yeah,
I don't was expecting either, but I did also say that their customs might be very different from what I'm expecting.
Hmm.
And you were right.
Bit of an understatement, but works out.
Oh. Uh, uh, at the very least, small like Guyana, if she's still here.
Mm-hmm. She's looking
uh,
for
uh,
what's it called? A chance to basically break away that, since she might be staying, at this, in camp with you guys as well,
Yeah.
yeah.
or she might be heading back. She hasn't, it's not really no decision made yet.
Yeah. At the very least, Guyana, you made it here.
And that was certainly no, no simple thing.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Why? Never forget, we chose, not we, blah. I
We.
chose to, shut up.
What are we?
uh, I chose to come here. I chose to do this. I did not have to. It was not my fight. You all warned me. I went to help.
Thank you again. Huh. But yeah. That is a question though on how long we might need to stay here. We might need to stay a little bit to help Cortesh recover. Not not the best idea to immediately go with uh, but
Hmm.
hmm. But yeah. Told us not to be strangers. No. Hmm. Oh. I was honestly with what Julian said before, I was just thinking about mostly training while we were here. That might seem bad manners now. Uh
probably have to ask permission before you try anything to stream.
Stream? Oh, what were you thinking? Just like.
Well, with what you've been able to do with that sword lately, I don't know.
I'm not gonna, I don't know, ask Owl to shoot at me.
Slow turn. Goes back to looks back to the wargs.
Just
Huh?
more. Just more thinking about moving around in my armor a bit better. That's one thing I definitely noticed. Is how how a bit sluggish medium armor can kind of be when moving around a battlefield. I don't know how
That's why
people
I
do.
picked him up too. I'm out of practice.
Maybe that's something we can do later. But for now, better focus on getting Cortesh some help. I I bet he'd love to talk with all these uh, with everyone here.
Were you going to say, why'd you stop yourself? Were you going to say something? She just looks around. not nice?
Hmm?
You stopped from saying these people. You're not a shifter. It's not wrong.
It felt a little wrong. After all, they just
As go ahead. Actually, no. Kate will actually pipe up and go, oh, just rolls her eyes. Mhm. Tell me I was never like that.
I will not say. Anyway, let, let's get Cortez to some help.
Kate is not going to go with you, but before you take Cortash away, she does pat him and try to link up to his mind, and only to just listen for a moment. Then she just puts her forehead to his and breaks the connection. Thanks, Gortash. I'll make sure you don't have to do that again. As she goes and sits down and busies herself in trying to do little things to improve the camp.
Is there much we think they can do? I mean, Wolf. Oh, I'm sorry, Wolf. Julian, you used Kit, correct?
Wait, what was that?
You used the healer's kit, and it told you what was wrong, and you did what you could, didn't you?
I don't have that one anymore. The ones I currently have are a less advanced version of it.
Okay, my bad.
But yeah. Simone and I think Julian will look for someone to help. Be back soon. Try not to burn the camp down, I guess.
Kate just looks over. So funny. So new. How original.
Ouch. Definitely felt that one.
God, she's getting good at this.
She learns so fast.
I know, I'm so proud.
Yep. Yellow is laughing, right? No, loudly. Mentally, of course.
They
Blue
must
still,
never know.
Blue, yeah, more like Blue is still just not even safe for them to open their mouth.
Actually,
yeah, they're good. Yeah.
Looks at you.
Oh,
Why aren't you going?
But Owl?
Just like, yeah, no, they just kind of mutter that to themselves and then like just shake their head like, I don't care.
Yeah, Owl's also simply like setting up the camp.
I'll come along. Interested in seeing more of this place, and I can help carry Cortash.
As you say, I could help carry Kortash, and Klutz is just, I got him. I've got him. You can back off. I've got him.
There's a after how they've acted around each other. There's a bit of a grin there.
Stop smiling at me. Fuck off.
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it!
Eat a dick. You know,
No, you guys cared for each other more than that.
no. It just annoys me. That's it. Plus, he promised my mom something, and while it would be beneficial to me, she expects him to keep his promise. So, prefer if he didn't, inconvenience her. That's it.
So God,
Grin continues. There's a nod.
while Klutz is saying that,
Roll. Hey,
Hold on,
Julian,
I'm getting
would
her.
you-
I'm getting her
Thank you.
sheet.
Thank you. Because
14.
she actually has a chance.
So, one more on some.
Deception.
Wait a minute. This is lying. I have something for lying. Oh wait, no, that's the Void Sword. I miss you.
16.
Can I roll inside as well?
Hold on.
for it.
I have something for lying specifically that Sebi gave me. Thanks, bud.
Okay. Mira doesn't read it, but Mira still has their assumptions.
Do they not? Does Klutz not have
Nope.
proficiency?
They have.
You're kidding.
They have proficiency in intimidation, not deception.
They don't have deception. That's gotta change. Holy shit, that's wild.
Okay, so I did that wrong, by the way. Add another 5 to that.
Alright, yeah. Well, haha, fucker. Okay, yes. Klutz. Klutz likes Kortash and is worried about him, so she doesn't want somebody else to hold them for fear they might drop him, even though, reasonably speaking, he's not that heavy. Ugh, words taste bad on my mouth.
As Amira offers to hold Cortez, it's like better leave it to the expert.
Oh, I can tell.
Oh yeah, sure, Watson. Yeah, good fucking luck.
Watson. What?
Yeah.
I was just saying.
I've seen the relationship you two have quite a few times.
What's Watson?
There's no relationship. Can we just fucking go? If we're gonna find him help,
we're
let's
going.
find him help.
I'm gonna say it said. Sure, you're alright. I'm not looking at them. I'm just saying this as a model. Trusting that they're following.
So, the very short conversation that you had with them last night would effectively have amounted to whatever that thing used. He took it in, and I'm not sure if he's okay. Even and effectively I'll be taking care of him if I can, till we find a good place until he wakes up. And they would have said it exactly kind of like with that kind of starting it then stopping it and just till he wakes up. So this morning, when you hear, when you ask that, it's very much a, well, he'll be fine. And there's
I know he will.
yeah, there's like
That's
druid,
about you.
shaman. What's wrong with me?
I just feel like you might know something about what he tried to absorb.
No, not exactly. I've just seen it before, and it's scary stuff. I couldn't imagine somebody eating whatever that was. It's scary. You saw what it did to the sand. What it does to a
Yeah.
person is freaky.
Alright.
But, I mean, he literally turned into lightning before, so I'm not exactly. I don't think it's exactly the same thing.
No, I don't think so. Alright.
Yeah.
And yeah, we go look. I assume either going to ask the shaman or heading to the
High Speaker is the.
the high
Hey,
There
high
you go.
speaker.
that's the druid. Aha.
Which
Mira would
from what
point
I
out the
from what I
shaman.
remember, oh, they also wanted to talk to a few of us. So,
Hmm.
and sorry, Felix.
The shaman likely would have said something last night about it, if he knew much. This morning.
That's true. So, high speaker.
You all, most of you. Go ahead.
No, I
What's
was just saying that
Mhm.
that I need to eventually find a leader. But Cortez
Aw.
first.
As you walk across the camp, you see a variety of different people, faces that I will reveal as you all get more acquainted. But you get to the area where the druid is. Says you don't have to go through the entire camp since you were on the outskirts. You could kind of just coast around the edge to get there. As there's a woman sat down teaching a group of what has to be 4 to 6 year olds. As we see as we see this woman. A rather buff woman whose form is hidden underneath her large robes. She is old, probably in her 60s, early 60s, but 60s. She's teaching the kids and sees you all approaching. So, this is actually a great place to stop. And a perfect time for a real-life history lesson. Because I'd like you all to remember not just the words and the stories I told you today, but who you're about to meet. She looks to you, Julian. Her eyes are this piercing violet. It's strange. They're almost like this clear, like laser focus. She looks at you, motions for you to come over with one, and just motion of her fingers and her wrists. Now, I want you all to look upon this man. This is a prince. Prince Julian Eleanor. He was born by the union of a shifter and a non-shifter. A union of love and two individuals from different worlds coming together, defying all the odds. This man stands before you, a testament to what is possible when you do not take what the world gives you, but instead you push for what you want. Stand tall, Julian.
Hey, Seb,
Julian.
question.
Hey, buddy.
'Cause I seem to specifically remember that, I was told that, Lugan did not talk about his mate at all.
He does not hide his mate, but he does not talk about them. But he does not hide that
So
he has his mate.
This high speaker seems to know quite a bit.
Yes, she does.
Oh.
As she motions for you, as she says, "Stand tall, Julian." Julian, what
Yeah?
do you say to these kids?
Oh, fuck you. Starts.
4 to 6-year-olds. She just opened the floor.
Cool.
I fucking hate this. Say something quick before the kids start excitedly asking questions because they think you're waiting.
I would rather that, honestly. I do not want to do this.
Did you get his mom? Since you're only, are you only half shifter then? Are you not a full one? Why is your hair white? What's with your hands?
No, you have.
Why do you have such incredible? Why do you have a monster on your shoulder?
Is that sword heavy?
I'm being pretty serious here, Seb. I have no fucking idea what to say.
Say what you think. say what you think Julian would say, looking at them, going, well, you know, it's like, what lesson or what do you want to tell them? Do you want to give them, put it this way, put it into brackets, into like options. Do you want to play off of what she said and continue to, you know, like that you can do anything, and to not take what life gives you? Do you want to give them hope? Do you want to, you know, instill a certain message or, you know, lesson? You have a few different options. You could pick a lesson that you want to instill, play off of what she
Okay.
opened with. You know,
Alright.
you have some. Go for it.
This world is tough, but if I could impart one thing to you, it would be to not allow it to change you. Find something that you truly believe in. And as the High Speaker has said, work to apply that. No matter how impossible it may seem.
Well said, young prince. Your pack lord would be proud. And all of you should know what his parents believed in was love. But you should all find what you believe in. What gives you strength? Now, you are all free for the rest of the day. Go on, go play.
The school's out yet.
As a bunch of them start getting up and walking away, talking with one another, running off, and one of them comes up to you, this young boy, Julian, and they take off a little bracelet of theirs. They hold it up to you.
I want your crown.
He'll go down to one knee, get as close to, you know, eye level as he can with the kid. And
Mhm.
yeah, if he's trying to give the bracelet, then yeah, he will accept it.
The child then makes a few symbols in the air, and almost like a sign language, but with his other hand he then makes another motion, as he is a 6-year-old. Probably, well, rather, you don't know that for sure, but he's on the older end of the kids.
Mm.
Makes a sign and minor illusions with it. And you see on his tiny body that there is a scar along his throat, where he, the minor illusion, writes in the air, one day I'm going to be the greatest hunter of the village. But, so don't forget me. Because he just beams a big smile and one or two baby teeth missing.
I'll make sure to remember you.
He just hugs you and goes and runs off. Look at the bracelet he gave you. It is a bracelet of animal teeth from animals he has hunted. Looks like snakes and the smaller critters.
Julian's he's gonna slip it on, and he'll get back to his feet. And just in his own head, when he's at the cage, like, how does that do this?
The high speakers just lifting up their chair. You did well there. I must say that was a bit of a test to see how you would do compared to your father. Less hope, more importance. You're less focused than your father. Less beaten down by the world. But that's a good thing. A new perspective is sometimes exactly what's needed. As she walks up to you, and when she stands, mind you, she's a woman. And yet she stands maybe an inch or two above you, Juliana. You're like 6 foot, I believe, and she's 6'3".
Yeah.
And almost like a grandmother, she walks up and hugs you. Never met this woman in your life.
Nope. Never met this woman in my life, yet she knows a lot about my mother, and she hugged me out of nowhere.
She pulls away. Well, maybe Lugant wasn't all bad as she just pats your cheek.
Wait, what'd she say?
Maybe Lugant wasn't all bad. She just pats your cheek.
Julian's like, no, he was.
Well, who are all of you? You come here. I know him. His story, while small, is growing.
Simone Birdsong. Pleasure to meet you. So it's a slight little bow.
Ah, a Birdsong. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be... And rather than the questions of you being a shifter, immediately related to a... Oh, goodness, what was her name? April? August?
No, you're wrong.
May?
No, that's my sister.
Exactly, okay, good.
That's your sister's name.
Well, after May.
After May?
Yeah.
May, June. Okay. You wouldn't happen to be related to a May Birdsong.
No, you said the wrong thing. You said
No,
you
I
said
didn't.
May. Oh, you did. What? That's my
How
They got
sister.
it wrong.
That's my sister's name, but I don't think you're talking about them.
Hmm.
June Burnsong's my mother.
I see. So the stories were right. She did name another child. Oh, your father named you, that's for sure.
Hmm.
Not not the most creative woman, it seems.
Huh. I never really thought about that. Hmm. May I ask how you know them?
Oh, would you be mad if I told you it wasn't on good terms?
Not really. I just wouldn't be surprised.
Hmm. She
Yeah,
debates for a moment. I'd like you to roll me a charisma check. Or persuasion if you have it.
I have
Well,
persuasion.
you have persuasion? Okay.
Come on, Paladin boy.
Yakazing. No. 8.
Oh, that's worse than that one.
Yeah, I know. Oh, not good.
I met her. I don't believe I want to say. If you're anything like her, you have a temper. And I'd rather you know me a little bit better before I told you.
That's fine.
Well, I it's nice to meet you, Simone.
Gives like a nod. But pleasure's all the same.
Mhm. Looks over to Mira.
Vilmira Redmond of Leventina.
Redman. Oh, how is the happy couple doing? Uh,
They came through
Go
here
on.
as well.
Oh no. No. They didn't just come through here. They came
They
to me
stopped at that
asking for help. They came to me in particular asking for help. And she walks he walks into the tent and motions for you all to follow. And looks to Klutz. Except for you, liar. She back turned. She puts the stool down and is walking over to grab a book, cracks it open. Problems with having you, it seemed. They were a little bit after Newlywed. I think this was their first stop, and from what I heard from other druids, not their last.
They also talked with Saint Raimundo and Legosa.
Ah, the old, the old saint. A young man trapped in an old man's body now. I wonder if he will accept the bite. She looks sad at the thought. and shakes it off. Well, it was quite the thing for them to come through here. Now, you are all coming through here. Funny how that is. How I've met a member of each of your families.
But the anomaly, huh?
She just looks up. Quite. As Klutz tries to walk in and it hits a barrier and takes a little bit of damage, succeed or fail. It's half on success, so it takes a little bit of damage.
But it's just like, why fuck me for, huh? What did I do?
As she just lifts her head. What did I say, liar? Your kind is not welcome here. Especially not in that guise. Can you? No, I cannot see through it.
I think that's news to me, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Guys.
Gonna just turn their head slightly towards Klutz. Seeing that Klutz has reacted like that specifically.
If you may bring in your friend, as I've already been told by my son. But the Fae stays outside. And mind you, this tent is large enough to house her, all of you,
Big tent.
and him, and, well, her, apologies, and her, and have room left over.
Hmm. Alright. I'll head out towards where Klutz is.
Yeah. Get Kortash and
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put a
Mhm.
hand on Klutz, just in their head. Make sure he's taken care of.
yeah. Thanks. Stupid bitch. Like, will walk a few steps, jump in the air, and begin flying away back to the campsite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll bring Kortash inside.
And this must be the friend of our dear shaman, the Dreamwalker.
Dreamwalker?
She closes the book. Well, you see, there are things that your friend does not know, and the shaman was told by the spirits that he would be coming here, and when he came, he would have questions, and he was all too eager to answer, to meet another. Most shamans learn everything they learn, everything they need in the beginning, because most of this is actually not an exact science with them, less so than it is with us druids. For instance, I am high speaker. Huh? I am High Speaker. Ihor. Huh?
Okay, there we go.
Ihor. Give me a sec. All right, listen. It's weird language. Ihoro. Ihoro? Ihoro. Sorry, it's the J is spelled is an H sound. Ihoro. And I speak with the land. I am its voice. I commune with it. And so you might think that I simply sit here and throw bones into a dish or into the dirt. But there's a lot that goes into what I do. And a lot of time it takes to learn the meaning behind all of this. So much of what I do requires memory. I must memorize 1,000 different outcomes and understand the meanings behind those outcomes. I must look at a fruit, a seed, a tree, and understand the properties that these things hold. From the fruit when it is ripe to when it is not ripe. The seed before it is planted, and the tree in every cycle of its life. So much of what I do is about learning and remembering the information, passing it down, teaching others so they will in turn remember and carry these. We all have the capacity to be druids if we took the time to learn and we took the time to be connected. But shamans are different. So much of what they learn is about basic concepts. And then they take these concepts and they learn how to communicate. Take this young boy. She just rests her hand on Koratash's forehead and wipes away a little bit of sweat. He speaks to the wind. He must learn how to even do something like that. He can speak to spirits. He must learn how to even achieve such a feat. But once you've done this, so much of where you take it from there is all supplementary knowledge. Demonology. It's useful. Summoning and contracts. The very flow of the earth. All of it is supplementary and possibly useful at one point or another, but none of it will directly make him better at being a shaman. All of it are just concepts that if he uses, he can learn how to understand and interpret. He's more of a communicator and a guide than a master of the elements, such as myself. Druids, we are the hand of nature acting upon this world. Shamans hold no such mastery. They are servants. They help. They do not control. So for a shaman to be so eager for answers, this was something that our Dreamwalker was very pleased to hear, because it gave them an opportunity to share their knowledge, a thing so seldom done, not because of secrecy, just because each person and how they learn and how they interpret, so different. It's a special thing to be a shaman, and it's not easy, because if communication breaks down, you are forced into violence against something that is oftentimes energy or emotion given a solid form. I'm sure some of you have experienced difficulty in fighting such things.
Yeah.
Now, you brought him to me, I imagine, because you wish to know if I can heal him.
Can you?
I could. But what's wrong is not his body, although that is still reeling. It is not the problem. He is, from what I can see, healed. And she puts a hand on his chest and starts feeling around his sides. And nothing is out of place. But she just motions to his sleeping body.
Everything's relatively fine. Then some a mental issue then.
Or spiritual.
Remember what that stuff did to the sand? Imagine what it can do inside someone who can absorb it.
I guess.
Not everything is physical, Burnsong. Some wounds stab deep, regardless of if your body heals from them.
Is there anything we can do to help his spirit then?
I suppose all you really can do is tell him what you want him to hear. There's no reason he shouldn't be able to hear you, even in this state. And Once you do so, leave him with the shaman. Let those two sit and talk about whatever their kind talks about. She just smiles.
Okay then.
One-sided conversations are still good to have sometimes because they help you say the things that otherwise will forever go unsaid. If you need privacy, I can go.
Spawn will look to Korath and say, "Hey, bud, you really helped me out there back there. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's kind of weird seeing you like this. You made it through a lot of scraps before, but I don't know. I always felt comfortable, but seeing you walk away with that, and eventually going back to yourself. Energy's very missed here. As one will finish off, and by saying, "And if you don't wake up soon, I'll have Kate shock you awake." That's my.
Yeah. As soon as the game's over. Hey, Gortash. Don't. For one of the main reasons I've been able to keep going. You and Simone were. You stopped me from a major mistake. But you've also helped me see that there's no use in rushing certain things. And I've yet to pay their view back for that. While I might be trying to at the moment, but while I'm trying to be the leader of this group, you're definitely the heart. And I don't want to imagine what would become without that. Plus, there are a lot more stories. A lot more stories for you to tell and for you to hear. Because your story's not over yet. Yeah, that's joke.
she just looks to Mira. And just seeing that she is not moving to say anything, will stand up. You cannot bring
I've-
back. Oh? I'm old, honey. If you're going to do something, don't make me stand and sit. Your friend is waiting for you.
That's the thing. It's a little different from me compared to these two.
Is different bad?
No, just I've not known Kortash nearly as long for my words to have quite the same meaning as theirs would. After all,
Then-
it's only been a handful of weeks. And I've watched him be unhappy with, to an extent, with what he's been dragged into. Though he still marches forward. He's still done more than his share, and we wouldn't have done half of what we've done if it wasn't for him. And being honest, the guy likes stories more than I do, and trust me, I like hearing especially good ones about old heroes and whatnot. But whether he continues on with us, or his story takes him elsewhere, this isn't the kind of relaxing he likes to do.
See? Different isn't always bad. And then she
Sure.
looks at you, Julian. You said bring him back. But he's not gone. He will wake when he's ready, or when the shaman is able to get him to listen. This is a matter of the soul. Things like that are not ever so easy. Then looks over to Mira and gives a smirk. I will keep him here till supper. Any who you wish to send over, feel free. Anything after that point, he will be with the shaman. Well, I mean, I say that as if the shaman and I don't live together. Well, they can just come here. She just motions for the exit.
I'll stop walk.
And yeah. It is around noon, a little bit after at this point. No one seems to be back for any kind of any kind of hunting party. And you three have the rest of the day. It's strangely, well,
Quiet.
yeah. I mean, there's people singing and kids playing, and it's peaceful. Not even just calm. There's noise, there's things going on, but it's peaceful.
Ooh, peace. Alright, where's the aberration?
On the other side of this plane of existence.
Aren't you being a moody teenager?
Oh, that one, yes. But yeah. So you three have the day. Weirdly.
I guess no point pulling it off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can get an audience with leader.
You do that. I'm gonna walk around a bit. I might head back to the campsite to start training.
Mm-hmm.
Get more used to this armor's weight. Besides, a part of me is kind of curious with how the others are holding up in basically their rooms by themselves.
They'll be fine. They're all grown. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure they're fine. I just don't want them to be alone the entire time we're here.
I mean, Owl has been doing her best to make sure no one interacts with them.
Yeah. I wonder if either of them have tried to strike up a conversation on how bored them.
Maybe.
Regardless. Good luck, Julian.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need it. And Simone.
Huh?
I meant what I said in there. I intend to pay you and Cortez back. I still owe you.
A debt for another day.
Yeah. We split off.
Where's Mirror going?
Mirror? Where are you going?
It's just been days inside the tent.
Yeah, probably do a bit of a walkabout, take in the sights, then head back to camp to
Okay.
tinker with the armor. Try to get used to it again.
Alright. So you and Simone both. Alright.
We do that thing in RPGs where we walk around the town a bit. Yeah.
And meanwhile, while all of this was happening, back at the campsite, Owl, not in an apron or anything of the sort.
Meanwhile,
because Wyatt
in the
would
tool
think of
shed.
We can only hope.
just there with
if
the
this
broom
gra-
that
if
they
the-
had manifested somehow.
If this game was peak,
Don't worry. In the remake, they're gonna be wearing an apron.
Listen, like, the broom is made out of nanomachines, alright?
And Kate, who is also there just trying to optimize the campsite to make it so it works as well as it possibly can, just
For a somewhat extended stay.
is just there like the
My
both of
site's
them at
cleaner
the
than
end of
theirs.
this. It's just like pulls off a bandana. So I need to talk with you.
Owl looks to them.
They just stare off into middle distance.
Owl looks around, sees that there's literally no one nearby. Then just but still like acts like really fucking suspicious about it. Gestures for Kate to move somewhere slightly more out of the way.
Sweeps
They
where they were standing.
they
Like
walk
5
over
steps
there.
to the right.
They walk over to the slightly more out of the way, even though there's no one around.
No
spot.
one.
So, I need to talk with you and with Kortash, but since he is sleeping, I guess I'm just gonna get to talk with you for now.
Owl nods.
So, you're gonna have to explain something to me.
Single raised eyebrow. But like also Saat's eyes eyes are yellow. Kind of just knocks on the jaw. The echo shows up, obviously blue, gives them a look. Then, blue just nods, and then it's just, as if like a click. Yellow just starts working the jaw like, yeah. I finally can fucking talk. What do you want?
So, back when I didn't understand the concept, and really what was being said and what was being done, I only sort of got it fully after. Kortash mentioned at one point that their success was basically on 100%. I think I brought this up before. When they were fighting an aberration. Don't know what it was called. Wasn't there for the fight either, so I couldn't even show you if I wanted to. So, didn't understand at the time. Still kind of debating on whether I do or not. But he said that to make me feel better back then, because I just ran the numbers and saw that their percentages of success was so low. And then they did it through variables I didn't predict and just being able to, well, frankly, beating the odds. I could praise them, but let's be honest, they were beating the odds. I don't get it. It seemed, I guess, I don't get it, but I'm starting to understand. It's almost as if luck is supposed to be something you're supposed to count on, which makes no sense. And it bothers me. But then at the same time, you're supposed to make the best of a situation. But then when things go wrong, I guess my real question is, I don't know, not why he did what he did, but I don't understand why fight this fight when no one here is capable of it, not even close. And the odds are so far stacked against this being successful. From what I've been taught so far, it's been 700 years, which I have a count of how long I have been awake, which is more than 700 years, meaning that
There's a moment where Owl's eyes screw shut and she says 700 years.
I know that it's been technically longer than that, just with I guess some amount of time unaccounted for before I guess they switched up the calendar. So no one has successfully done one thing in all this time. And we are supposed to, or rather, all of you are supposed to somehow fight something as strong or stronger, probably, from what I've been told, stronger than that, smarter than it, and kill it for good. Where's the logic in this? Would it not make more sense to begin searching for alternatives, ways to, I guess, break the seal on teleportation and leave? Or abandon this place with the seal intact and let him stay in an empty cage?
Eyes flick from yellow to blue. I can see the logic in that. And I can come up with a variety of reasons why that is not the end goal. One which the very emotional response of being people don't want to leave their home, even when it's the most logical and safe course of action. There are many times when, say, during the breakout of a war or a pandemic, where those in the danger zone still refuse to leave their homes. This is likely somewhat similar. There's an attachment. But in the matter of trying to break the seal to allow people to leave, there is a sense to it. But from what little I know, such an attempt would not go uncontested.
And fighting something that contests it would at least let you know you can fight something that can die. It would reveal a new enemy, and you would fight that enemy in lieu of the other one because you know that there's a way to win. It feels like it only makes sense to abandon this place.
Al nods. If it weren't one of my prime directives to follow this through, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. In seeking that course of action immediately upon finding my charge.
Okay. Then
But that is the reason why this mission is the reason why we are even here. Why we even came to this dirt ball as their eyes flicker yellow again. There's much more, as like the eyes are glowing like hazard yellow, just almost fuming before the blue reasserts itself and Al visibly calms down. Is a situation that must be cleansed. The solution is not obvious, of course, otherwise it would have been done already. Our mission is to find a way and to enact it.
Okay. And what makes this so special? Because that deal maker said that this is apparently a unique occurrence, never happened before, and it's a part of history. For something like that to say it's a part of history, I'm guessing it's really big. You don't have an attachment to this place, so you have no problem leaving. But whoever gave you those orders must know why this is so important. So why not ask them? Or did you just take the orders and never ask? Why not grab them, whoever you need to find, and leave?
Because that's why we are even here. Al actually attempts to remember exactly what brought them to this planet.
Roll history.
Alright.
Accessing the files.
Corrupted files, but yeah. Roll 20 plus 3. 17. Look at them 17s.
You happy with that roll?
I'll take it.
You struggle to remember, but this was apparently coming back to this planet was coming back to a place that had been left behind so long ago during a crisis. Coming back here meant reclaiming what had been lost so long ago. It's, in a way, like coming back to an old house that is no longer yours, but you still want to look around and relive all those memories, only to find somebody else had bought it. Coming back here was coming back home, in a way. It was one step in that direction towards being home. That's part of the reason why the civilization here that was advanced, at least magically, even if their technology seemed to be in a different story, it was they qualified to basically be a part of a program for all of the outside to contact them and colonize areas and coexist, helping with infrastructure, helping with basically re-educating them on concepts they had forgotten, and what you all got in return were mages like no other. People who had a different perspective, around 10 to 13,000 years different perspective. It, it's kind of a big deal. Yeah. But you can't remember the precise, to the point directive. But that was the general talk.
I see. There is, like, probably a bit where the emotion of that one to reclaim what was lost and the legacy that was left behind here. But as Yellow kind of just dwells on that for a moment, was Blue was frustrated. He was just trying to find, the answer, and not really coming across it. Just lets out a frustrated sigh. There is a sense of reclamation within our mission. Investment. This place was abandoned, and they wanted reclaimed. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, sure. So that's, I guess, the best I'm gonna get from you on this. I'll have to get Kortash's side of things when he wakes up. So now my other question is, why do you make no goddamn sense I think it's fairly self-explanatory. You speak about being logical, and then you're very illogical, but you try to justify it. Then you talk about not wanting anybody to get close to you and not not caring, but then you perform acts that very obviously are shows of caring and then justify it. You do exactly the thing that you say you either do or don't want to do, and then use the opposite to justify it. You can't even at this point say, oh, it's one side of me or the other side of me, because both sides of you have contradicted themselves. So you make no sense, because even when you talk about being logical, it's kind of frustrating, because I've actually listened to you talking about being logical and then gotten frustrated when you made no sense. For instance, your outburst when one side of you was spiraling. From what I gathered, that was caused due to your actions. You were at fault, and yet you couldn't see that. It would have made so much more sense and been so much simpler to simply stop the spiral and then try to level out. You aren't like everyone who is from this planet. You understand at least the basic concept of aviation, even if you can't fly anything yourself. When you are spiraling down, you don't just pull up and to assume control. You have to try to let the wind break beneath you so you can then start leveling out, gliding effectively before you can raise back up. But you are so stuck on one way or the other way, and one side or the other side making decisions or not making them, that the only time you're ever worth anything is when you're fighting, or the brief moments when you're actually talking to somebody like a person. You make no sense and act illogically, even when you say you're being logical. Can you please stop giving me a headache every time I'm trying to learn from you and trying to understand and follow your logic? I feel like I'm going crazy listening to you. Explain, elaborate, just like I did, very clearly and concisely. Goodness, I've been holding that in for so long. Fuck, cunt. Did I say it right? I don't care. I'm sticking with it.
Al just looks at them for a solid 3 seconds, not saying anything. It's just, why the hell are you trying to learn from me? That's what the other two are for, and the shaman.
His name is Koratash, and I know you know it. This is... Oh, I can't. This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. And you're deflecting again. I'm asking you a very straightforward question and explaining my point, and then you're deflecting because you don't want to answer, and it's too difficult for you to basically give a straight answer and say, "Oh, I don't know why I'm a dumbass. I don't know why I behave stupidly and tell people I hate them and I never want to see them and I don't care about them when I obviously remember, care, and I've seen this information as useful enough to attribute it to memory. There's no reason for you to remember selling Julian for boats.
We'll lose the strategy.
What?
It was useful. And effective. Could potentially be done again in the future.
And there you go. You're justifying it rather than that right there is an assessment that is made in the moment and not a pattern of behavior in individuals that you can reliably draw on. That is merely a moment based on an individual that would only make sense to use when relevant, not. You see, this right here, and then I'm the one that's spiraling and going crazy trying to make sense of your illogical nonsense. It's like scrap code.
Have you tried just not doing that?
We spoke, and you asked me to not listen, not pry as often, or really at all, but I told you very clearly that I was trying to learn, and I am slowly losing it. Because I'm trying to learn, and I'm trying to gather as much information, and every bit I get from you basically pulls one way and then the other, and you hate me for reasons that are illogical, yet you tolerate me. But then we have a night. Yes, but that doesn't mean that you have to have a pleasant moment with me and then seek me out and continue these pleasant moments, only to then say, I'm doing it for monitoring purposes, which make no sense. You can sense me
What do you mean
within miles. You find training me a pleasant experience. You do, not me. You find it a pleasant experience. I enjoy it because I'm learning, and I like actually learning how to use what I can do.
Al's visibly confused.
The dance that we performed, you got roped into, and I was right there with you, and you enjoyed it being there. You felt it mortifying, but you enjoyed just being there and being able to express yourself. Yet, anytime one side of you tries to express yourself, it hates it, and the other side only sees it as a distraction. I don't fully know what it sees it as. It's infuriating. You're also a good teacher and enjoy.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck me. I hate you. I hate you. You're a good teacher, but I hate you because you don't actually take the time to accept really anything, and you hide everything and then I have to extrapolate from what you said what you actually mean, and I am slowly losing it. I have developed a subtle form of telepathy and and just to understand more about people. Thank you, but also I hate all of it because all of that is because I have to always slowly just like peek into people's minds, which with you is annoying. It's just enough that I can get some of what you're able to do, of what makes sense. Just please, please explain clearly why you are so, I guess, illogical.
Owl will make a charisma save. Do 13. And I think this turn out. Alright. There's like a moment where Owl's sort of seizes, goes entirely rigid. Just a blink, like the eyes strobing, and they hold green. We're looking back down at Kate. I am not well, is my answer. I am broken in body, mind, and heart. This acknowledgement is painful and causes great discord reactions. Because it means to remember and acknowledge.
Kate is gonna try to touch you.
Owl is resisting to the urge to bat her hand away.
Okay. They managed to touch, and they are going to try with a 20 to use their telepathic intrusion and their passive telepathic communications to effectively, and this is a task even for her, but try to level what they can. I will let you decide how much a 20 will actually succeed in this moment.
A nat 20 or ghetto 20?
Ghetto 20.
All right. So by what do you mean by level?
The effectively the emotions and the memories they can't do anything about at the moment. It's more empathic stuff that they do not have. However, they can try to, if there's like metaphorical roiling seas and problems like that, they can, or like dispute arguments, they can effectively use their telepathic intrusion and their telepathic communication to balance things a bit. If there's too much on one end of the scale, effectively, she can try to like touch the other side to try to balance it. If there's any of that going on, which she assumes there is.
Not as much as she'd think. For the most part, it is... I can really only explain this in imagery rather than, like, specifically sensations. It is like there is a tense treaty. Like, both sides have mauled each other, and there's a very tense conditional peace that both are ready and willing to go back at each other's throats the moment one of them breaks it.
Okay.
But for now, things are calm.
Okay. They're ready to listen at the moment. It's a big thing.
Again, with in terms of like the sensate, now going to the sensation, there's a lot of weight behind this conflict. But that's like, because she can't look into the memories or anything like that. It's, all that is just white noise. But it's just the immense pressure of of just the weight behind both of them. Like, there's something that they are uncompromising on.
Well, she is willing to listen at the moment, just to what you have to say.
Yep. Good question. Ask it again.
Why do you behave illogically?
Contradictory.
Yes. And then use the very things that you say you hate as ammunition, I guess, or a reason, or proof. You basically just, you argue and bicker, but not just amongst each other. You contradict yourself, even amongst one side of yourself at times. Logic does not behave logically, emotions do not behave emotionally.
I failed in the one task that I was explicitly made for. And when met with failure, one asks, why? Where was the fault? and I found 2 different answers. Such answers took form when I returned and became warring thoughts. And seek to contradict each other at all opportunity. They do not seek armistice, not true compromise. They want to be the one that is right.
But then
It's
you
fine.
don't reach a solution that way. That's not how that works.
Correct.
It's
It is illogical. Crazy.
you get better results from cooperation than you do from constant conflict.
Because the one thing that we can agree on is that we must live to complete our mission. And to live, we must fight. To fight, we must cooperate. At least until the battle is over.
So you don't talk about what's wrong because it's painful to talk about. But the very thing that would make you more effective is tackling these issues. And each time you tackle these issues, you then stoke the
Tenses up.
fires. You stoke the fires of that fight again, and then both sides go back at it, struggling to be right rather than to do the right thing.
I must be whole to complete my mission. They would not want to see me like this. I wouldn't be effective in my role, but we can't compromise so easily.
Okay. But you're better at talking than you are at fighting. You just don't do it very often.
Funny that. I was meant to be a babysitter, not a soldier. I was never meant to be a killer. It's the one thing I want right now.
Because it's easier.
It's so easy to just turn your brain off and kill anything in the way.
Oh.
If I go back to
Oh.
that. The green is gone and the yellow is strobing in the eyes. If I go back to that, I can't feel anything anymore.
Okay.
But if
Now it makes
blue,
sense.
and if my emotions return fully, I cannot so easily make the right choices, the hard choices where I must. Where emotion will cause one to hesitate, to compromise, I must not. If it takes me one step closer to what I should do, where I should be. because emotions did mean nothing that day.
That day, okay. Thank you. This answered my question actually very well. This makes so much more sense now. She just like with like a smile, like it is disturbing. Like what you just talked about was something that is like a painful thing, but she almost feels like a smile and like a weight off her shoulders, like, oh my goodness, I finally got to put something down, like that sighing relief when you're carrying something heavy and you get to just let it go.
Yeah. With green eyes, Al puts a hand on Kate's shoulder. I am sorry.
What? What are you sorry for?
For how I treat you. For how I see you.
I don't care.
No. This needs to be said while I can. Without rejecting the idea out of spite or out of some notion of self-preservation or dereliction of duty. You look like someone that I care for incredibly deeply, and with it comes inherent protective instincts. But because of what you are, an aberration, something that I am trained to be suspicious of, to hunt, to kill where appropriate. Such things mixing together cause great animosity, irritation, hate.
I'm over you hating me. I don't care anymore. It's not a big deal.
It is. You are still developing mentally, emotionally. Hate is a terrible thing to be exposed to at such a impressionable stage.
Just stop, okay? Thank you for answering my question. I now understand why you act the way you act, and I forgive you for being contradictory. It now finally makes sense. That's all that matters to it. We can go back.
There is an expression that Kate probably hates to see. Pity. Sympathy.
You taught her to hate that. You taught her to hate that.
Dang it, I'll just reverse Uno Kate.
Yeah,
you wanted
well,
this, girl! You wanted this!
Yeah, well, thanks for apologizing. I'm sure that this won't cause any lingering feelings when you see them again. So, whether you hate me or not, it'll be your problem eventually, not mine. Don't care, okay? Like you said, you were meant to be a babysitter, but you don't need to babysit me. And if you want to, well, congratulations, you haven't failed at this thing yet. She just gets up. And walking off.
If Cortesh isn't awake by second day, we can train again. If you find it if what you said is true and you find it pleasant.
Sure, I like to learn.
Nods. And allows them to leave.
Fuck you, by the way.
Hey.
Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
I'm just doing what I was made for. What's
Ow.
the problem?
Owl just saw them drench up their personal biz and was like, it's like, yeah, that really did hurt. Anyway, it's your turn now.
Anyway, let me show you what it looks like when somebody who is made to do this does it. You're still learning. You're still in the classroom. Well, school's in session. But yeah,
There's it.
yeah, no, it's fine.
Fucking yeah, there's a fucking gif. Just owl.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Next, it's your turn.
Yeah, like say, hey, what do you guys think of Green Owl? True
nice,
Owl.
Nice. Yeah,
I love them.
you know, I'm not, I don't know how I feel about it at the moment, but
Listen, I know this is the last thing Kate wants to fucking hear. Tough
Anyway. Klutz comes back and
They sound
that's the
sound
thing.
like a babysitter. That's good. I'm proud.
And yeah. Where's the half pint going?
Ow! Ow! Fuck! Fuck! Give her a minute or two. She's working something out.
Yeah, well, join the
Got a
club.
Yeah, big brain. Wait. You know what? Not my business.
No.
His
No, it
hands
isn't.
up. Just no hands up. Like, no. Just came out of something. No, I'm not. I ain't
Looks-
doing that more. I ain't bobbing for drama apples right now. Fuck that.
They just look at it, at the camp you made, swipe their tail to throw some sand and dust by it. You missed the
Motherfucker.
spot.
Wow, you just woke up hating today, didn't you?
They just lay down. Tell me when Julian's back.
You know what? Leave me like that? Nah. You can. Yeah, gotta sleep with one eye open.
They don't
It's like
move.
fucking stomp, saw.
There's As with that, we are going to kind of go in a little bit of an arc here. So, Simone, you begin walking off. Mira, you take a different path as you're looking around. But both of you end up hearing laughter from the center. Excuse me. As there is a man in the center pumping his fist, very happy that he has won the bet, as it is approaching 1 o'clock and they haven't been seen, and it's like you have an older individual going, calm down, you haven't won yet. Right? She still might win. It's like, come on, old man. And if she hasn't, if they're not back yet, they're not going to be back till late. As an old lady says, as Barpoka Senslin. Show some respect and win with dignity if you're going to win. Yes, ma'am. As he just sits down, and then there's just the crowd of both much more slender men and women surrounded around who kind of give him like a there's like a ooh kind of thing going on as he's just looking around like he almost like he knows he should have known better as the two older group couple as would be these two. Right, I said these two.
Old people.
They exist.
They exist, I know. And not like I'm not like what's it called, the speaker who's like I'm in my 60s and I look good, but like old people.
Oh.
Old.
I have glass skin. I have glass bones and paper skin.
They're both shifters. They can still fuck you up.
But my bones are ripcord.
As the old man has one arm, and the sleeve is tied up with string. As he goes, now, the important thing is that if you win, you you need to think about what you're going to do with those Drake scales. They're all, if anybody's going to track them down, it's her. I might actually be able to make a new piece for the armor. The old woman just walks by, taps him in the calf, and it's like, don't go giving him these ideas. He hasn't won yet, and it's important to show respect. Well, maybe, but there's no reason he can't daydream aloud. As the old man looks at you, Mira, and seeing this strange face, waves.
Mira gives a wave back.
Oh, as the old woman looks over, and gives you a small wave before her motioning for you to come. Oh,
That's sure it's gone over.
Oh, it's them. It's one of them. As coming over, just you probably have to, take a path around or probably through the coal pit, through the trails they've made through it. As she sits there, well, as she sits down, and the young man and the old man puts a hand on the sitting Barpoka. Yeah, Barpoka. Well, well, you look different. Not a familiar face. I saw you in your group walking past earlier. Seemed you were in a busy. Hopefully the brothers didn't give you too much hassle.
No, they were nice. They helped us find a camp.
Hopefully not too nice. Yeah. As the old woman is just there. You leave them be, they are. If it moves. That,
I believe there was words towards another couple of our group, but I believe they
ah,
were.
I knew it. I knew they would be up to this already. Those boys really need to look into settling down.
What another said, one of them seems a little hesitant for that right now.
Ah, you're talking about Angus. Yeah, yeah, he is. He's chicken shit. Marpoka just spits out some water. Uh, Gramps, that's not how you talk to people. Especially, you don't go spilling secrets about one of our own. Not much of a secret. Everybody knows. Is you traveling around for any particular reason? You look lost.
Well, not from around here originally, but there's a chance I'm with these guys and our goals all align, and hopefully I'll make my way back home at some point.
Well, it's good to have you here, even if it's only for a few days. You should you should look at making this place comfortable for while you're here as possible. I'm sure you've heard that one at least twice. Hospitality is big around here.
That's what I've heard. A lot different from what we were expecting. We've been told some tribes were a bit different than this, so
This.
we prepared for more strict.
I know, you smell like you slept with a werewolf. The old man raises does like like the eyebrow wiggle, but because his eyebrows are wrinkled and have like these big bushy things, it just looks like they're just like ripples, like just moving up and down.
Well, only in a sense that, while he slept, I laid against him and worked on things.
The old man just like nods sagely, chewing his tongue. That makes sense. That makes sense. And the old woman, knowing her mate, just, just, that's enough of that. And could you keep your mind out of the gutter for 1 minute? You are 80 years old, for crying out loud. I said not a word, dear. He is truly a great man, despite his flaws. A very good warrior, once upon a time. Cough, cough. Sorry.
Sorry, I thought I heard something.
Song.
What?
Redmond.
I thought I wasn't here yet on the scene, so I didn't say anything.
No. Both of you would have witnessed what was going on.
Okay, so I wasn't the only one confused by things. Okay.
No.
Because at
No,
the start you
both-
talked about Burns' song, and then you
Yeah,
called
both-
my name, and I was like, "Oh shit! Wait, I'm up."
both of you would have to move in a location that, you know, could let you overhear this. Cough. ... Cough.
I'm just chilling, man. Smoke just like sees this and just like, oh man, I gotta move on.
Okay.
Did the Great Warrior back in the day? Is that what Burns' song was supposed to realize?
Grey Warrior. I Grey Warrior. I don't know who that is.
Old 80-year-old man, once great warrior. You wanted to do training. I'm throwing you the biggest
okay.
of bones.
Sorry, I don't realize it. Simone.
I know what the Dragon Warrior.
Simone will actually.
I think we were both talking about training with medium armor, though. I'm not sure he used that.
Yeah, he's a warrior. A warrior's a warrior. If just like you would hear Simone like, hey, if he was once that great, you think you could help me out?
Huh? Just whispers to the. You shouldn't be able to hear this, but you have like a 20 passive perception. Who's the twink? It's rude. He's a young man who's asking for your help.
Sorry for interrupting. My name's Simone Burnsong. Pleasure to meet you both.
Oh. Pleasure to meet you.
I
Simone?
don't think I properly introduced myself either. Mira Redmond.
Ah. She's grandma, and I'm grandpa. And you can call us that because we're old. We're very old, and we've been here longer than most of the people here have been alive, so they all just call us that.
It's okay. I never knew my grandma and grandpa, so this works perfect.
Aww. You're not staying long enough to, to get attached, are you? As Barboka just says. Oh, if he is, then good luck. Just the woman looks at him with a "excuse me" kind of look, like, I'm sorry.
What's wrong? Just like...
There's a moment when Simone says that Mira's like, "Oh yeah."
No, Senslin, please speak up. What would be so wrong with him getting attached to us? Why are we on our way out? Old stock? Incapable of teaching? Or any of the above? No, sir. No, ma'am. It's just polite conversation. Didn't seem very polite, did it? Grandpa just looks. No, it didn't. Well, I think he just claps this young man on the thigh. I think you have volunteered to show our newcomers just what you learned from us. Yes, Grandpa.
Reminds you of Raymond.
Give me just a quick moment. Let me grab something. Grandpa deserves this.
Turns out Grandpa's more of a bastard than a Mori.
No, he's not that
No.
bad.
No one's more of a bastard than Amore.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Grandma is.
I go start doing handstand push-ups in the coals.
You don't mess up Aaron. That's like it's so much.
Where is it? Where? Here it is. And
Man, this village is great. Only one
Damn it.
person's recognized my last name.
damn it. Wouldn't
Such
play.
a nice change of pace.
Damn it, it wouldn't play. Damn you, jockey. Well, it looks like I have to use the good song.
The bird song.
Turns out this is just old man Sephiroth.
Grandpa stands up, his back
Uh.
cracked. All right, listen up, runts.
Not entirely wrong.
I don't like that noise.
As Grandpa walks over and picks up what looks like a hunk of steel that vaguely resembles a sword. Lifts it up. Now, as he begins to shift, go ahead. As he just on. Show these two what you learned. As they both get into the coal pit, standing in on those trails, and they begin to fight. And this werefox is small. He's a small, like, I think he'd be like 4 foot? That's like, maybe, if we count the ears, like 4 or 5.
So wait, did he grew tinier?
No. He's like a 4 foot something man. And he's like a 4 foot something man, and like, so he is like 4 something with this, and just like, yeah, let's do this. Werefox. And yeah, man, you shrink with age. As can somebody get a gif of Yoda?
Got it.
Awesome, not hide me. Damn.
The only Yoda thing I have is the Lego Yoda death sound on soundboard.
No, as he begins with this massive great sword, and I say massive compared to his size. If it was one of you, you would look at this sword and go, huh, I could probably lift that. It'd probably be heavy, but I could lift that. But for him, especially with his size, it is disproportional. And he begins swinging it as the both of them are fighting without falling into the coals. And with the short sword speed and just general swiftness of Barpoka, he's doing well at keeping up. But the old man begins taking it up a notch and hitting coals at his feet and backflipping over him, using him trying to avoid the coals to kick him out of the path, these trails, and standing in the actual pit of coals for cooking. By the time he gets back in, he is just able to defend a strike and have it land in the trail as the sword comes down. All right, I give, Grandpa, I give. You made your point. That's what I thought. You should respect your elders. As he throws the sword up in the air and with levitate, the grandmother, as it moves the sword down to rest back where it sits, over by their tent. And he shifts back into his humanoid form. By the way, you've won the bet. It's past 1. Huh? And he just walks back over and sits down. So yes, I was a great warrior once upon a time.
No, so I'm just like looking at that. It's like that's underselling it, huh?
No, I'm selling it exactly as much. Stamina is important, and I don't have it these days. It is Grandma's turn to blush and look away. And at that, all of the men and women in the general vicinity that were witness to this as well also immediately go, oh, God.
Grandpa, don't be weird.
I didn't need that. Didn't need to know that.
He does this every day, I swear.
Yeah. Do you mind helping me? And just like looks to Mira. Out for a bit.
I have no problem doing that. As he's just here. Now, what are you looking to learn?
It's my first time, like, as Simone like gestures to like the armor he's wearing. Wearing armor this heavy. Usually, I try to tend to the lighter side, but I'm starting to do a bit more of a change, and I can wear it just fine. It just I want to. What's the correct term? Be able to move in it like how I could move in my lighter armor before.
Oh, well, there's your mistake. You're never going to move the same in one to the other. You just have to come to accept that. The importance is about making sure that the armor is fitted correctly and knowing how to move in it, how to tighten it. It's less you getting better, it's more understanding all the little tricks to making it easier for you to move in. And that comes with time. That also comes with looking for these little tips and little things that you can do. That's not something I can teach you. That's something that you should just be asking people who seem to wear this kind of armor and how they move in it, what they do. Think of it kind of like after you grandma kicks in, like when you're cooking and you ask for feedback and you get honest critiques. Sometimes it's good to get feedback that isn't particularly helpful in the moment, only because it will give you something that you can do later on. Like how you can use salt in water to actually be better hydrated if it's the right kind of salt and you use it in small amounts. You didn't know that, did you?
Can't say.
Mira, you knew this.
Can't say I did.
You have a druid
But
farm,
I will keep that in mind. Asking more about what others think about wearing this type of armor. Thank you.
And what about you, young lady? How can Grandpa help you? He just looks there. By the way, just for everybody who didn't hear it, one arm. By the way, Grandpa, he's one arm.
He has one arm.
He has one arm.
Okay.
Oh, how can Grandpa help you? Grandpa's just sitting there, like, waiting.
I suppose the better question would be, I'm also trying to get used to armor like that again. I've gotten rusty, to say the least. In shorter time than I should have due to circumstances. But I guess the better question would be, how do you learn to move like that without something like that weighing you down? Just
I see. Well, it's not about it weighing you down. Yes, it's a science thing. Momentum carries. You just have to get very good at using it to your advantage. So when it moves you in a direction, you push in that direction, or you pull away so it doesn't pull you as much in that direction. And that's how I do it. That and being very strong. But if you're needing to learn how to use that armor, how often did you really use it before? How often were you fighting?
In that style of armor, kind of gestures towards Simone. Only when really necessary.
Then there's your answer. It's not that you really got rusty with it in a short time. It's you were never incredibly familiar. You knew how to use it. You were where he is. You knew how to use it, but you didn't really take your armor as being a part of you, an extension of you. Just like how a weapon is an extension of you, your armor is an extension of you. Treating it as a second skin is important. If you do so, then you treat it as if it is just commonplace. You learn how to move without it impeding you, and you learn how to move without needing to compensate. It's that simple. You wear some of the armor and perform everyday tasks. Do things, but do them in ways that challenge you. Try to balance while wearing it. Realize where it moves too much. Tighten those places. Realize how it sits on you. Adjust them. Take the armor and make it so you can just move as normal. Armor of any kind is going to limit your mobility. But the importance is learning how to treat it as if it is just a part of you. Any kind of simple exercise that requires you to move around and act as you would in the situations you want to be wearing it will make you better at it. So wear it and create these situations before they come up for real. That's how you improve. And you can do that pretty much anywhere.
And the best set I ever wore was technically borrowed, and those guys knew how to wear it better than I ever would.
So there you go.
Makes sense why it worked well.
Now, is there anything else I can help both of you with? After all, everyone here is getting ready for lunch, so we still have time.
Just like Sloan, will gesture to his cane and say Fafnir. For it to turn. I'm a bit of a. Oh, is it Fat? Wait, hold on. Let me. I have the word. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't know what. I don't know why I said Fafnir. Ventra.
Ah, Ventra. Okay, that's on.
Yeah. As the sword will as the cane will shift to a sword. I'm a bit of I'm currently learning the blade as I'm going across the land.
All right.
I want to learn as much as I can from a lot of different fighting styles I can.
Now that I can teach. But before we do that, I want to know. I'm going to have to see what you already know. The old man gives a toothy grin as his eyes begin to change.
Of course. can't can't have you can't have repeats now, can we?
And he's just gonna look to you. Would you mind waiting for me to finish schooling this young man? It's my only source of entertainment these days.
He says that too.
Ah, you're saying that to Mira. Sorry.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Will you mind waiting for me to school this young man? It's my only source of entertainment these days.
He gives the nod.
And all right, a sparring session commences there, which we will cut off from.
I come back dead. He killed me. I should have never taken this.
And then we move to Julian.
I'm just gonna remind you we have been going for 5.5 hours.
Uh-huh. I have 23 minutes left on the timer. I'm going to you. So, Julian,
Yes.
you're looking for the leader.
Yeah.
So, what really are you gonna do? Are you just gonna wander around for whatever place looks important?
No, I think
Excellent.
he would ask around.
Okay.
Because he was told by the shaman, like, act as in a way that how you would kind of thing. So he's not trying to just, oh, that looks important, I'll head there. No, he's just gonna ask, see if anyone will point him in the right direction.
And after talking to people, well, specifically, you run into you run into a young man, and that seems to be training, as he's relentlessly pushing himself. And cuts off the rest of the people. The rest of the people in his year seem to be playing and training, but
But he seems to be taking it very seriously.
Very seriously.
Okay.
And he seems to be doing so almost exclusively with his hands. At which point, he is breathing heavy and stops and goes to sit down and looks to them, kind of playing some weird game with a ball. And he is just watching them. Cough, cough. It's rugby 13,000 years in the future.
He will make his prostate. Sorry to interrupt.
You're not interrupting.
I was wondering if you would be willing to point me in the direction of your tribe leader.
Hmm? Can't help you. He just looks over to the side and looks back at them. The Pack Lord doesn't see people that way. We're not supposed to tell anyone who the Pack Lord is.
I see. Would you be willing to tell me how your Pack Lord normally allows audience?
Mm, Father would. The shaman. He's the one that you'll be looking at for that information. He should have given you some very moving speech about hearts and minds and something like that. Basically, the Pack Lord isn't going to see anyone they don't see as worthy, because worthiness is, and this part comes off almost like reciting something they've been taught all their life. Worthiness is not based on words or actions, because great deeds do not make you a hero, and moving words do not make you a good person. It's about caring.
That's right, the mindset.
I guess he's right about you. He said the spirits told him that the prince would be a kind person. Didn't make sense to me. Anybody who lives in luxury, not needing to fight all their life, being a good person. Plus, everybody around here is too nice.
Is that why you're training so hard?
Yeah, it is. Because when things go wrong, and they're going to go wrong, I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be ready, and I'm going to protect my home. Because even if they're too nice and annoying, they're still family.
You know, you can take time to enjoy peace here while maintaining your training and getting ready for when it eventually goes wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't be watching them play so hard.
Yeah, he was right about you. If you go and find the shaman, he'll tell you.
But seriously, you should go and play with them. Who knows? You might enjoy it. And I walk.
Alright. Uh, I'm so happy you met him. It was either him or Bahir, and I'm like, I'm so happy that you got him.
And I'm not going to immediately go to the shaman,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to go and try and find that kid that gave me the bracelet.
It's easy enough because all of the training kind of takes place in one area, and it's the same area that training and play take place. It's just that they are separated by age brackets, and the play is almost like equally a part of training.
Mm-hmm.
You see the kid off. They seem to have a short bow, and it is like they are barely pulling this thing back. But they're having fun. They're trying real hard. They do seem to be getting a little annoyed, but then they calm themselves down and then they just keep trying.
I'll go with them.
They turn around. I am being summoned. My apologies. I shall return shortly. Hello. And where did we leave off?
I believe
Oh shit! I gotta mute.
I had gotten up to the kid as he was practicing with the short bow.
Ah, yes. And failing because he's 6 years old. But having fun.
Would I actually be able to give him like legit pointers on how to use it more efficient?
Yeah.
I understand he's 6, but
Yes, he does not have the muscles yet to do this, but you can give him basics that will allow him to use what little muscles he has to do this.
Yeah. So yeah, Johnny will go over and sort of give as simple instructions as he can towards easy to follow. And just help him prove what he's trying to do without, telling him like, no, you should do this. More phrasing it like, hey, maybe if you try it like this, you might find it easier, along those lines.
Okay. And doing that, I mean, they're very willing to listen. And looking at them, it's almost like the ambition that you saw in the young man you just left, but without any bitterness. So it's kind of what you're seeing, and they're very they're very motivated to like get better. So they're like listening to what you're saying, and it's like it's very amusing to watch them try to do this, but they at that point they actually managed to shoot an arrow rather straight, with a little bit of your help.
There you go.
Is they they kind of like are jumping up in the air, and they end up making sounds that don't make proper words but are like they're excited and happy and trying to say things, but it doesn't make proper words because of how their throat was damaged when they were young.
Mm-hmm. Julian will get down to around eye level again. One more thing before I continue. I did promise I would remember you, the great hunter that you will be. I did forget the most important thing, though. It'll be a lot easier for me to remember if I knew your name.
Is walking up behind you with footsteps quiet enough that it was hard for you to catch them.
Wow.
Their name is Nazim. And I am his mother.
Julian just turns around to them.
A full-blooded elf with very blue eyes.
Azim. And I look I look back at them, the kid, and just make sure to remember that. Just like I said. And I'll stand up and sorry.
They're just like holding on to you as you stand up, and they go up with you.
Alright, I won't fight it. And I turn to the mother. Sorry, I was just giving Nazim here a few pointers on using their bow.
I saw. You are very good with him. And patient, too.
Patience can get you a long way.
That it can. As she holds her arms out for Nazim and for you to walk forward.
I go forward and
like a monkey climbing from one to another. I am Rihanna. It is nice to meet you. Whilst I know who you are, I think it's more polite to ask.
my name's Julian. It is nice to meet you as well.
The pleasure is mine.
He's a good kid. Must have raised him well.
I'm doing my best. I am doing so as best I can, at least.
sure he appreciates everything you do. If he, even if he doesn't fully understand everything
Thank you for indulging in his dreams. It is important for every child to have a dream.
we can agree. And I intend to keep my word. I will remember him once he becomes the great hunter he wishes to be. I truly believe he will accomplish
Hmm.
nothing wrong with a bit of faith.
No, no, there is not. You have a good day, Julian.
You as well. Yeah.
And she just walks away with her child. As she does, you see a scar on her neck that seems very familiar. And you immediately realize that it is the same type of scar as what was on Nazim's neck.
Just based on just an observation. Would I have any clue what might have caused it?
Burn.
Burn. And they're both are they both in the same place, or does it just like a similar kind of mark?
Hers is around her is on her back. His is on his throat, right around his neck. You could probably extrapolate from just the placement. She probably grabbed him and shielded him with her body, but it got on their neck. It's probably a miracle it didn't get on their face. But yeah.
Then at that, yeah, I'll go around a little bit, but I will make my way back towards where we set up camp for now.
Okay. And as you go around a little bit, you end up catching a glimpse of the spectacle that is Simone fighting against a small foxman with one arm, wielding a sword about 2 feet taller than he is.
If Julian has learned anything in his time with Helena, it's that foxes are vicious.
That they are. And unlike wolves, they like to play with their food.
Yep. Best of luck, Simone. And I'll continue on my way.
And believe the best place for us to end off is for Julian.
Yes.
You see Bahir speaking with the shaman. And he turns around and the two of you lock eyes. And it's a moment of, guess you could say, a side of the story and a side of what has happened that probably few, if any, here know. So even though you've not caused anything, there's a moment of small shock. Even though he undoubtedly knew you were here at this point.
Hmm. Um. Yeah, I think after a moment he does make his way over towards Bahir.
Hello? Hello?
Bahir, it's good to see that
Feels
you
like
made it.
Yes. Feels like it's been a long time. And would you like to come to my home to speak? As the
Yeah.
shaman looks to you, looks to Bahir, gives a small smile and nods. And the shaman walks away towards the high speaker's tent, and now you know his tent.
Mm.
We will cut there.
Ah.
By the way, the high speaker and the shaman are not fucking, all right? They just live together.